The Thunderstocks running the 30-lap Brock Leonard Memorial. The mini stocks plus the vintage modifieds are here tonight. Adam, great crowd, great weather, great car count. Can't ask for more on Friday night.
It's everything we want, Greg, and a lot of people showing up. We love seeing the stands starting to fill up. It's that time of year, and some of these vintage cars are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, these are showpieces, but they don't race them like showpieces like they did in the past. They do a nice job out there and compete hard, even though they've put a lot of effort into making these cars what they are and what they look like. And we're going to give you the starting lineup for the first qualifying heat of the night for the Vintage Modifieds. On the pole for heat race number 1 out of Hamilton in the 68. That'll be Jens Mortensen. And he's got that sheriff car with a sheriff light flashing on the top. To his outside, Jeffrey Lerman in the 601. He's from St. Catharines, Ontario. Alan Wood will start in the 3rd spot in the 247. He's from Kamoka. And going from the 4th position, Bill Profoda in the 51. He's from Dresden. Starting in 5th, Billy Ace Montreal out of Port Colborne in the 2 junior. And then Greg Hale starts in the 6th spot in the 28G. He's from Napanee. Steve Longo in the 20 machine. He's from Bradford, Pennsylvania, joining us here tonight. And Chad Brown in car number 13. He'll start in the 8th position, and he hails from Port Colborne. So 8 laps of distance in these qualifiers.
Doesn't look like Chad Brown made the call. As the 24 just rolling on the racetrack.
The white flag displayed. Next time by, we'll go green flag racing. 8 laps for the Vintage Modifieds. 2 qualifying heats for them here tonight. 15 cars joining us here this evening. That 24 is actually being scored as the 247 on our score sheet. So
that's Alan Wood.
That'll be Alan Wood. Coming to the first Asphalt Works green flag of the evening. It's for the Vintage Modifieds. Carter Long atop the flag stand will get us going.
Even watching these cars, you can tell they're just a handful to drive. They look like an absolute blast.
Jens Mortensen out in front early on in the 68 machine, closely followed by Bill Profoda.
Mortensen swinging the back end of that race car out. Wheelbase looks to be about 100 feet. It's not though, Greg.
And man, they sound like the modifieds of old, do they not?
They do have a great hum to them.
No rev limiters.
Does it make you nervous?
Mortensen out in front over Bill Profoda. Every time we see the vintage cars here, these are two of the top dogs. And you've got Alan Wood riding in the 3rd spot over Billy Montreal.
They're all searching around the racetrack, too. They really haven't run the same line 2 laps in a row as Mortensen getting it loose in 3 and 4. He ran down low last time. Looks like he's going to try the bottom again. Profoda a little bit higher on entry, working the middle of the racetrack.
Off the corner they work. 5 on the board, 3 to go for Mortensen out in front over Profoda. Wood and Montreal. The battle right now is for the 5th spot. You've got Longo in the 20 machine going by Lerman in the 601.
Yeah, Longo making the long trip up from Pennsylvania, makes that pass, moves himself into the top 5 as we've got 2 laps to go.
Mortensen down the backstretch into corner number 3. Provoda in tow, but he hasn't been able to touch the sheriff at this point as the Mobil 1 white flag waves for the first time tonight. Mortensen, your leader over Provoda.
One car pulling off the racetrack. That's Greg Hale in the yellow number 28. Something amiss on that car. Is the checkered flag going to fly for Jens Mortensen, who will win heat race number 1.
For Bill Provoda in the second spot. Then Alan Wood will finish in third over Bill Montreuil. Steve Longo will wind up in the fifth spot over Jeff Lehrman. And, of course, Greg Hale headed to the pits early. So one qualifying heat in the books, one to go for the Vintage Modifieds. And this is how they'll line up, and a familiar face behind the wheel of the pole sitter, car number 69 from Port Colborne. This is Rob Pitts, no stranger to Ohsweken Speedway. To the outside from Ransomville, New York, in the 58 machine, that'll be Jip Ortiz. Starting in third from Kingston in the 17, it'll be Ian Gordon. And then rolling off from the fourth position, aboard car number 14, Mike Jacobs out of Ransomville, New York. Starting in the fifth position, aboard car number 3, Stan Zenkin out of Fort Erie. Ryan Ferry in car number 2 starts in the sixth spot. He's from Port Colborne. And Tim Natalino in car number 41 from Wheatfield, New York, will bring up the tail here in the second qualifier. 8 laps the distance once again.
That Merv Treichler looking 58 takes me back. Green flag is out. We're underway for heat race number 2.
Rob Pitts out in front in the 69. And I was just having a look. He's the second place overall in sportsman wins here at Ohsweken Speedway behind Jay Mallory. 29 for Jay Mallory, 22 for Rob Pitts. So he's done a number of laps and been to Slack Lumber Victory Lane a number of times.
He knows his way around this racetrack, that's for sure. He continues to lead the way. We've got a battle kicking off for the second spot. There's also a hornet loose in the officials' room, and it's absolutely comical watching them all chasing.
Jip Ortiz right now is in that second spot. Ian Gordon. Beautiful looking car in that third position, that number 17.
Pitts out front by about a half a straightaway. He'll see the halfway flags this time.
Bob Pitts heating. Number 69 out in front over Ortiz. And then the 17 of Gordon. And a complete lap 5, this time by the stand.
And that's Jip Ortiz in the 58, right? The
yes.
Treichler machine. He would know a thing or two, a Western New York racer. Of course, Merv Treichler was from Sanborn, New York.
2 to go for Rob Pitts. Over Ortiz, Gordon, and the 5 machine running in that fourth spot. Over one white flag out for Rob Pitts, who's checked out straight away ahead of this battle for the second spot. Is Gordon trying to drop alongside Ortiz as they go and one, they make contact.
Just about. Gordon came across the back end of Ortiz's 58 machine. If it wasn't contact, Greg, it was darn close. Ortiz going to hang on, though, for that second spot.
Over Gordon, and then the 3 machine, rather, Stan Zenkin in the 3, the 41 of Tim Natalino. A couple of these cars without transponders not picking up. Mike Jacobs crosses the line. And there's your winner. And the Bob Pitts heating easy 69. Rob Pitts, second all-time in Dirt Sportsman victories here at the Big O behind the mongrel Jay Mallory. So Vintage Modified qualifying concluded. We'll move on to the Instant Insulation Mini Stocks. 33 cars on hand here tonight. Great field of mini stocks. Starting on the pole for qualifier number 1, Doug Erskine from Brantford in the 44, alongside from Stratford, the 54, Christopher French. Starting in third from Wayne Fleet, the 00, Stephen Boverhoff. Going fourth is Mike Serentakos. He's from Smithville in the 6X. Starting in fifth is Dusty DeBoer from Hagersville in the 23. Alongside him, Nick Erskine from Brantford in the 64. In the seventh starting spot, Tristan De Silva from Waterdown in the 01, and Jeremy Cooper out of Chippewa in the X starts eighth. Going ninth, Mark Deagle from Hamilton in the 12. Jason Tolton with a win this year from Guelph in Car 1 starts 10th. Going 11th, Jillian Hills from Dundas in the 32. Crystal Souls from Hamilton, the 81 D goes 12th. 13th, Mike Evers back in town this week. He's from Caledonia in the 265. Going 14th, Joe Dirt from Welland in the 30. 15th starting spot from Cookstown, the 63 is Brendan Crumby. Mark Thorne from Waterford in the 15 goes 16th. And 17th is Steve Miller out of Paris in the 79. Qualifier number 1 brought to you by Halnor Mechanical.
Down the back straightaway, Doug Erskine in the 44. Did you know Nick Erskine drove that car in the feature last week, Greg?
I did not.
His car failed in the pits. Lining up for the race, his dad jumped out of his 44 and said, "Here, you drive this one."
We're only a week behind on the info.
Yeah.
And right now it's Doug Erskine leading this one over Stephen Boverhoff. That 00's been pretty quick over the last few weeks as well as he rides in that second spot. Right now, mired in the thick part of this pack is the 01 of Tristan De Silva. He was tonight's Carmen's Group hot lap hero. Turned the quickest lap, 23.573 seconds around this 3/8 mile clay oval.
Not exactly backing that up here in the heat as Jillian Hills drives up the inside to give challenge. Now he makes a nice move to the outside of French, trying to break in towards the top 5, but having his struggles right now.
Dusty DeBoer to the inside of Boverhoff. That 00, though, on the outside, fighting back as they go down the backstretch. They've got Jeremy Cooper behind them in the X machine as we'll come to the cross flags. This time, 4 on the board.
4 laps down, 4 to go. Still battles all through this pack as Dusty DeBoer closing the gap on race leader Doug Erskine. De Silva finally gets around Chris French in the 54. Nick Erskine trying to do the same thing in the 64 machine, but out in front. It's all Doug Erskine so far as he hangs on to that 5-car length lead over Dusty DeBoer.
Brandon Crumby on the move, but he gets a little squirrely down in corner 1. I'm not sure if he tapped the wall or not. He came pretty close. He started in the 15th position, is working his way towards the top 5.
Some slower traffic for the leaders to navigate. Dusty DeBoer closing in. Boverhoff keeping pace with him. They move to the inside to get around Crystal Souls in the 81 machine. Here comes Dusty DeBoer to the inside of race leader Doug Erskine. Erskine slides up out of the groove just a little bit. That allows Dusty DeBoer to get by at the Mobile 1 white flag.
DeBoer pulling away from Boverhoff as Doug Erskine goes up the hill.
I wonder if Doug Erskine thought the race was over.
Yeah. I thought it was. Did we not see the white flag the lap before?
I don't think so.
Brandon Crumby drives up to second behind Dusty DeBoer. Brandon Crumby started 15th to second. Jeremy Cooper third, then it was Stephen Boverhoff. Jason Tolton completing the top 5. I'm not the only one that got tricked by that, Adam. I thought we saw the white flag the previous lap, and I think Doug Erskine thought the same thing. Went to pull into the pit area. The race was still going. Nonetheless, Halnor Mechanical qualifier number 2 onto the racetrack on the pole from Cambridge, the 32L. Graydon Alliance to the outside. Alex Klotz from St. George in the 26. Starting third from Port Colborne, the 14L, that's John Lubeck. And going from fourth, it's Chucky Mason Anderson, and he's from St. Catharines in the 4A. Starting in fifth, it's John Janssens in the 66. Going sixth out of Niagara Falls, 5K is Ken Hare. Pulling off seventh, Jeff Elslager out of Linden in the 11J, and Tim DeBoer to the outside of him from York, and car number 9 starts 8th. Wade Thorne lines up 9th. He's from Waterford in the 46. Bill Pearsall got his first win last Friday night in the 38P. He starts 10th. 11th, Alex Riley from St. Catharines in the 17. To his outside, Fabio Oliveri from Ancaster in the 16. Starting 13th, Nathan Joyner from Smithville in the 20J. And Connor Chambers from Welland in the 9C starts 14th. 15th, Sierra Robeson from Port Colborne in the 1R Junior. And John Trivieri from St. Catharines, the 43J, lines up 16th. Hall-Nor Mechanical qualifier number 2 comes to the Asphalt Works green flag.
Holy moly, they fan out 4 wide down the front straightaway, down into turn number 1. We've got to wish Mark Klotz a happy birthday. His son Alex said, can you please wish Dad a happy birthday? He turns 47 today.
Look at this, 4 wide into corner number 3, and Elslager makes a little bit of contact, I think, there with John Jansen's hard to see, but the way that car moved, it looked like there was slight contact. Ken Hare back with his regular ride here tonight, or at least a similar looking ride, different than what he had a week ago.
About to have a battle for the lead. John Lubeck has the spot. But here comes Ken Hare up the inside. They're side by side for the top spot. Ken Hare going to take the lead at the stripe.
I'm not sure if that was Ken's original car. Of course, he was in the 20 machine last week, did not fare too well, but he's got lots of giddy up under the hood here tonight as he takes the lead from John Lubeck as they go into corner number 3. Mason Anderson riding behind these two in that 3rd spot, and side by side, Elslager and Tim DeBoer.
Just about made contact in 3 and 4. To DeBoer and Elslager. They maintain their spots in 4th and 5th. Kenny Hare out in front. He got around John Lubeck, but he's definitely not pulling away. Lubeck still right there to keep the pressure on the leader.
One of the cross flags, it'll be Ken Hare out in front over John Lubeck, trying to get some momentum built up on that outside line. But Hare's going to lead the lap over Lubeck. And then Anderson in the 3rd position, who's starting to make a charge on the 14L. He's to the inside.
Mason Anderson with a great run up the inside on Lubeck. We've got Jansen spun around in turn 2, but it looks like he's going to get that car rolling. We'll be able to stay under green.
Mason Anderson will lead that lap now over Ken Hare. So 4 and the 5, 1 and 2, and oh boy. That was close to a rollover there.
Look at how that car dug in on the front straightaway once it went around to the left side and slid. Both left side tires are flat.
John Trivieri out of St. Catharines in the 43J machine.
In fact, John might have been better to wait for a tow truck, because driving on those tires, it would have just knocked the bead off. So you probably could have reinflated them, but once you've driven on it, kind of screwed.
Nose cone picked up as well.
Let's have a look at our replay on G-Force TV.
Well, that's the John Jansen's.
That's Jansen's going around in turn number 2, and now from our speed shot.
A
little bit of contact there. A couple drivers deeper in the field.
So they're doing a little track repair here. With that hole filled in on the front stretch. Mason Anderson, your leader. We're going to get the cars to run up through this patch. See Clinton Jeffrey down there on the track directing these cars. And we'll have another look. This is from the flag stand.
And you see those cars just got a little bit loose and then overcorrected, and thankfully didn't flip that car over. We quite often see cars on their lid when they spin out that way.
It's Connor Chambers, the other car involved, driver of Welland in the 9C.
This is the first time I can remember all season that Bill Pearsall hasn't been able to drive through the field.
Yeah. Well, he was there when it counted last week, and we were able to get him into Slack Lumber victory lane. Although we were trying to rush through the program, we did have a chance to let him celebrate his first win, and he was pretty excited about that. And came also close a few weeks before that. We got penalized on the drop of the green flag, and the race never saw yellow. So we got some redemption last week, but tonight certainly not moving us forward as quick as he has. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of tough cars right in front of him. That's part of it. He's got Alex Riley as well to his outside, another tough competitor in this division. So
yeah, and neither of them were really making big gains on the front of the field. So hats off to Mason Anderson and Ken Hare making up the front row of this one with 5 laps complete.
Back to the Asphalt Works green flags. They come out to the WG Truck Center restart zone. And it's Ken Hare to the outside of Anderson. Ohsweken's right there. He says, I'm going to split both of them. Goes up through the middle and sneaks ahead into the lead into 3.
Clears them both into turn number 3. Leaves Mason Anderson battling with Ken Hare for that second spot. Puts some daylight between them down the front stretch.
You don't think these mini stocks are hauling the mail? They are, and we're seeing it right now. Ohsweken. Big difference in speed when he made that pass, and he gained a couple of car lengths on Mason Anderson, and he'll hold that down to the Mobile 1 white flag.
A little deeper in the field, watching Bill Pearsall and Wade Thorne duke it out for about 5th or 6th spot. Alex Riley right behind them. Riley going to work the inside off of turn number 2, but out in front it is all Jeff Ohsweken.
Checkers coming out. And Jeff Ohsweken will pick up the win over Mason Anderson, Ken Hare, Tim DeBoer, Bill Pearsall, Alex Riley, and Wade Thorne. So that concludes Hallnor Mechanical qualifying for the mini stocks. Give a shout out to Uncle Mikey watching in Welland tonight. He's usually sitting right down in front of us. What's wrong, Mikey? Come on. Ready for the Northeast Late Model Alliance, brought to you by Vanderland Building Products. And there are 3 qualifiers of the evening.
Yeah, let's tell you how they're going to line up. Heat race number 1 on the pole from West Monroe, New York. The 13-2 of Harry Halliday. Outside row number 1, the 57 is from Trenton. It's Charlie Sandercock. Third out of Shannonville, the 4J is Josh Overdulf. And fourth from Sterling, the 25 is Greg Bellier. Starting 5th from Brighton, the 46 is Brandon Mowat. Starting 6th from Port Colborne, the 19 junior is John McIntyre. Rounding out the field from Chatham, the 7C is Brent Colby. Drivers have come from Southwestern Ontario, Eastern Ontario, New York State. They're going to put on a great show for us here tonight.
For the Asphalt Works green flag in heat race number 1. And very quickly, Charlie Sandercock jumps out to the early lead. He was the Carmen's Group hot lap hero for the late models, nearly edging out David Pangrazio.
Greg Bellier jumping up to the second spot in that 25 machine. Showed up, they found some damage on the race car, needed a welder. Looks like they got done what they needed to get done out there.
Charlie Sandercock continuing to lead as we watch the battle for the 3rd spot. Halliday and Mowat. Brandon Mowat will slip to the inside and take over the 3rd position.
Big difference between this racetrack and Brighton Speedway, where most of the Eastern Ontario drivers come from. Brighton is a tight little bull ring where you really have to slow down to get through the turns. This is a momentum track.
We're seeing it right now from the top 3. All in the mail is Charlie Sandercock coming to the cross flags. 4 in, 4 to go for Greg Bellier. And then Brandon Mowat in that Target Fabrication. The 46 riding in the 3rd spot over Halliday. And then you've got John McIntyre running in, was.
McIntyre goes around Josh Overdal on the 4. Spins around to avoid him. Both drivers should be able to grab a gear and rejoin the tail end of this field.
Thank Blastall Equipment for sponsoring tonight's events, along with Club 54 Racing, race night sponsors here this evening. If you're interested in getting your company into the VIP suites and do some team building or have a night at the races with your company, get a hold of Mike Morris. You can do that through our website at ohswekenspeedway.com.
Well, guys, down here in turn 4, here's your first Case IH track report of the night. I can tell you it's a lot drier than it normally is. You can see it start to get dry up. It is going to get drier throughout tonight as we continue to buzz this off. The other thing is a little bit rougher, not rougher like huge craters, but just a little bit of a rumble strip all the way around tonight. We'll watch how that affects these guys throughout the night.
Field comes back to the WG Truck Center restart zone. And we're back on it. Charlie Sandercock, Greg Bellier, door-to-door down into corner number 1.
Greg Bellier going to race here tonight, and then he's heading to Indiana to take part in part of the Hell Tour. Going to run about a half a dozen shows.
I saw his schedule for the next few weeks, and it looks tiring. I'll say that. A lot of miles being logged, and that's not just on the racetrack.
I believe Greg is semi-retired for the most part. I don't think someone like Greg Bellier ever fully retires.
No, I believe you're right. 2 laps left to go. We're in this first of 3 qualifiers for the Vanderland Building Products Northeast Late Model Alliance. This is the Blast All Equipment Western Region event here tonight.
Mobile 1 white flag is out. Charlie Sandercock has had the lead from the start of this one. Greg Bellier second, Brandon Mowat in third. Unless something happens to these drivers, that's how they're going to finish. Sandercock coming under the checkered flag to take the win. Bellier second. And it's Brandon Mowat, Harry Halliday with Brent Colby rounding out the top 5.
Hey guys, I just want to mention, Adam, it wasn't the race car on Bellier's car, it was actually his trailer. He came in to say, I need to buy a new trailer. And I'm like, well, we got some great vendors that do that partner up. They said, no, like today I'm heading to Indiana, as you mentioned. We were able to get him a welder in the back tow barn. He moved his stuff back there. They welded it up at him. So hopefully they got their trailer fixed for the long haul ahead. But it was a trailer issue, not a race car problem that they needed the welder for.
I told half of a really good story there.
I finished it for you.
Thanks, buddy.
I only heard the second half because I wasn't paying attention to you.
Shocking.
But I heard the right half.
Well, clearly.
Thanks, Greg.
Qualifier number 2 onto the racetrack for the Northeast Late Model Alliance on the pole out of Trenton. And car number 5, it's Steve Baldwin to his outside from Brighton. And car number 39, Jonah Mutton. Starting in third from Orono in car number 98, it's Craig Graham to his outside from Port Hope in the 89, Austin King. Stan Zankin doing double duty here tonight. He's also in the Vintage Mod. He's from Fort Erie in the 94Z going 5th. And starting in 6th from Brighton, car number 3 of Nathan Rinaldi.
Just had a look on that pace lap. We've got one of our onboard cameras with Nathan Rinaldi here tonight. We'll ride to the green flag with the driver from Brighton.
Sitting Bull Tires bringing us our onboard view. That's a phenomenal view. Riding along with Nathan Rinaldi.
Some race cars are more conducive to giving you a good look. That's a great look at the driver and what he's got going on around him.
Steve Baldwin out in front over Craig Graham right now, the 5 and the 98. Jonah Mutton rides in that 3rd position. Some fans here, local Ohsweken fans, recognize him from the crate sprint car division. He's gone running the late models again.
How many race cars has Jonah Mutton driven in the last few years?
I'm trying to think whether or not he was in the Canadian modified division, was he not?
I don't recall. I don't know if he was in that or a Thunderstock.
I know he's in a Thunderstock, but I was trying to wonder if he was maybe in a Canadian modified for a bit as well. Oh, Steve Baldwin, the leader, loses the handle on the car. Now Craig Graham's going to scoot by him as the Dixieland Grill caution flag flies. As we see on the Creekside Construction replay board down in front.
Can we blame your cousin? Can we throw him right under the bus?
Yeah, go for it.
No. Brett Meinecker does a great job down at Brighton Speedway every week. He's here to help race direct tonight. So looking over in the tower, he and Dave Hunting are actually holding hands. And they each have one hand on the radio that they're using to officiate. So, bit of a tug of war.
Which is the complete opposite of you and I. If there could be a divider here, there would be.
Even our body language. Like, we're both leaned away from each other.
I just realized that.
Right? It's the things you don't say, Greg, that hurt the most.
We need counseling. Back to the WG Truck Center restart zone. We'll get right back at it here in qualifier number 2.
Baldwin with a good launch there. Craig Graham holding on to that second spot. They're side by side for the moment for third. Jonah Mutton down low, and on the outside of him, it's Austin King.
QBT number 5 late model of Steve Baldwin out in front. Recent winner down in Brighton Speedway. Now we got one around. It's Nathan Rinaldi at the back of the pack. He's going to spin this one around. And that's going to put us back into the Dixieland Grill caution flag. Nathan able to get that car turned around. Four in, 4 to go.
Grabs himself a tear off and flips it out the window. Let's have a look at the replay.
Easy around in corner 1. No harm, no foul, and we'll stack them back up. Welcome back, Anthony Dortono, down there flagging from the stands. Good to have you back, Anthony. It's wearing one of those cool Pete Bicknell shirts. I like that with the vintage modified on the, I think it's on the front.
Well, I was at Bicknell Racing Products. Let's have a look at this on board as Anthony goes down into the corner, or Nathan rather goes down into the corner and just sends it a little too deep. Have you been inside Bicknell Racing Products?
Briefly once.
There's pictures all around the showroom of different eras of Pete Bicknell's career.
Side by side for the lead, Craig Graham in the 98 held it. Here comes Steve Baldwin on the outside. As they come off of corner 4, Baldwin's going to sail it to the lead across the line, and a good 3-car battle behind that, including Nathan Rinaldi. Someone dropping fluid. I thought it looked like there was a strip of fluid when they went down there, and we'll keep an eye on that this time by. It might just be my imagination.
I see. I couldn't tell if you were looking on your desk or on the racetrack.
Maybe not. Why would there be fluid on my desk?
There's a bottle of water. I know how your bladder is.
Well, 1 white flag out for Steve Baldwin over Craig Graham. Then it's Jonah Mutton and Nathan Rinaldi.
Good battle here for the top spot. Down into turn number 3 for the final time. Baldwin out in front, but Graham's been giving chase the whole time. Baldwin going to take the win.
Craig Graham second, Jonah Mutton. And the third spot over Nathan Rinaldi, Austin King, and Stan Zenkin. So that completes heat race number 2 of 3. One more qualifier heading out onto the racetrack. And the guy on the pole for heat race number 3 is the most recent winner with the Northeast Late Model Alliance here at Ohsweken Speedway. From Elba, New York. Driving number 2 tonight. That's David Pangrazio. David Vandertoren from Brighton in the 33 rolls off second. Anthony Rinaldi in car 7 from Brighton starts in third. Going fourth, Brant Graham from Port Hope in the 14. Ryan Lambert from Brighton in the 41 goes fifth, and sixth will be Kyle Sopaz from Trenton in car 11.
In fairness, David Pangrazio is only running the number 2 if you're outside of the track, because the left side of the car is number 136. The right side of the car is a tribute to Steve Gillespie. And I don't remember Steve Gillespie. But again, I never followed the late models all that much. So the side we can see on the screen right now is the 136 of Pangrazio. The right side, which you see from the stands, is number 2.
Asphalt Works green flag about to fly for the final qualifier for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. And Pangrazio will lead them down into corner number 1 over Brant Graham.
Vandertoorn did not get a great launch on the outside. He settles into the 3rd spot. Kyle Sopaz trying to move up from starting at the tail of the field. He'll come off at turn number 4 with the 4th spot.
A 3-car battle back there with Vandertoorn, Sopaz, and Ryan Lambert. Anthony Rinaldi tagging in there, trying to get into part of this. Of course, all cars will qualify here tonight, but trying to get a little bit better starting position for tonight's feature.
Brant Graham running in that 2nd spot in the 14 machine, not able to keep his progress moving forward. Kyle Sopaz closing in again. Sopaz started back in the 6th spot. He's challenging for the runner-up position.
Pangrazio right now, he leads the Eastern region standings for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. Charlie Sandercock leads the overall tour plus the Western region. For Pangrazio, he leads because they've only run one of the Eastern events. It was a Brighton Speedway, and he took home the win.
Halfway through, Pangrazio leads them under the stripe. Oh, Brant Graham gets squirrely into turn number 1. Can Kyle Sopaz capitalize? Got Ryan Lambert right behind him. It's a 3-car battle for that 2nd spot.
Nice drive by Kyle Sopaz. Started in the 6th spot. He's in 3rd, working on the 2nd position behind Brant Graham. As next time by the flag stand, will be 2 laps left to go for David Pangrazio.
Pangrazio got a little bit loose there down into turn number 3, but he's got such a sizable advantage. Still, his lap time is a little bit better than Brant Graham in the 14.
We're down to the Mobile 1 white flag for David Pangrazio, as he leads it off of corner number 4 of a Brant Graham, Kyle Sopaz, Ryan Lambert, then it's Anthony Rinaldi and David Vandertoorn.
Final time down the back straightaway. Pangrazio leads the way. Brant Graham just not able to close in, but everyone kind of separated themselves by a few car lengths. Checkered flag going to come out. Pangrazio for the win.
It's going to be Brant Graham 2nd, Kyle Sopaz 3rd, Ryan Lambert in the 4th spot over Anthony Rinaldi and David Vandertoorn. And Doug Oblena says, yes, Jonah Mutton did compete in the Canadian Modified. So there you go, 4 divisions at least for Jonah Mutton.
And by the way, for those of you who might be watching from south of the border, happy 4th of July. Up next, it's going to be the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks, and my goodness, what a heap of cars we have. It looks like 37 cars are in the house, all attempting to qualify for the Brock Leonard Memorial. 30 laps will be the distance. Here's how they'll line up in qualifying heat race number 1. The heats will be 8 laps in distance. On the pole from Keister Center, the 41 is Adam Plazik, scheduled to start 2nd, but I think he went up in smoke in practice. The 5G from Morpeth, it's Darcy Grant. 3rd from Wellandport, the 222 is Nick Massey. 4th from Binbrook, the 427 is Smokey Tim Phelan. 5th from Hagersville, the 23 is Trevor DeBoer. 6th from Harley, the 37 is Rob Hoskins. 7th from Port Robinson, the 108 is Zach Bleach. 8th from Caledonia, the 88L is Logan Ferguson. Starting 9th from Hamilton, the 62 is Brian Passetti. 10th from Berlin, the 21 is Spencer Smolders. Ryan Dinning drives the 8, he's from Hagersville. Starting 12th from Thorold, the 11 is Go Fast Teeple, and rounding out the field from Waterdown, the 51D is Dylan Peckham.
Guys, I just want to jump in here and make it clear. 8 will qualify out of these heat races, with 4 qualifying out of the B main later.
So a little different format tonight. Normally we have the 2 qualifiers, but tonight running a heat race format. As Clint mentioned, 8 qualifying for the B main a little bit later on. Running 30 laps tonight in the Brock Leonard Memorial is a makeup date from earlier on in the year.
And no handicapping for the Brock Leonard Memorial. It was draw for your heat race position. Tim Phelan out in front in that 427, and boy, that's a tale of 2 seasons. Some nights he comes out and he seems lightning quick. Other nights he has his struggles. Tonight looks to be one of those good nights. He gets a little bit of a push there in 1 and 2, but able to bring that car back under control.
Brian Passetti with some issues down in 1 and 2. He'll keep the car going. Will stay under the green flag. Tonight's format and race length a little bit more like what we'll see in the fall with the Thunderstock Nationals like we saw last year. I believe that ended up being 35 laps, I believe, was the distance in that one. Just about the right amount. You get into those longer events, and sometimes they can be a handful.
Yeah, I'm not disappointed that they changed the Brock Leonard from 50 laps to 30 laps. Phelan going to go around. Brian Dinning tees him up. Logan Ferguson into the back of Dinning.
I think Ferguson's going to end up with the worst of it. Phelan's going to easily turn that car around.
Ryan Dinning is such a veteran. There came a point where he realized I've got to square him up. And whether you're squaring them up in the back end or even in the driver's door, watch the 8 of Ryan Dinning. He sees what's going on. Once he realizes he's not going to miss it, you see him straighten the wheels?
Yeah, right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
You're almost doing the driver a favor. The most protection a driver has is right in his door. So even though you might think it looks terrifying, you're going to do their car less damage and your own car less damage. Clinton Jeffrey down on the scene.
Yeah, this Logan Ferguson car's got major damage on the right side there. It's got a flat tire. It's got the A-arm all pushed up. The body's all tore off, and the fender's gone for the right side. Here on the left side, he's got a flat left front, and they tore this whole rear end crash bar bumper assembly off the back of the 88. So Logan Ferguson going to have to put about 10% of his car back together if he's going to get back out here for the B main, guys.
That'll be a tall order, but we've seen crazier things happen.
I'll give you a look from this side as Jack works his way around, and it is not pretty, guys. Well, here's the big problem, guys, the frame. Look at it's broken. So it's busted the frame off here. They're going to need a welder and all kinds of work here to put this one back together, guys.
Yikes.
It looks cosmetic to me, Clint.
Well, no, it's not actually, because it's the main rail here that comes off the frame right back here. So it's a big, important part of that car. And there's no way our tech crew would let them back out without getting that repaired.
I'm curious how that broke the way it did.
Yeah, it broke in two different places there. And then this is the other part, guys. Adam, what's this? Like rusty water out of there? That's out of the rad, most likely.
Lick it.
I just put it on my shoe and tried to step backwards and nearly fell on my butt. That's why these guys wear cleats.
That's why I wear Depends.
I got nothing.
Hey, Greg, you missed it today. We were talking to the Rinaldi's. Adam looked at Mark right in the face and said, some people are just so irresponsible and you can't count on them.
No, I said unreliable.
Unreliable, that was it. With a straight face, he looks at Mark and says, some people are just unreliable.
Listen.
Did you have a better week this week, Adam?
If the two of you are talking about me, don't talk to me. Just talk about me. Did I break any spark plugs, run out of gas? What else did I do? I didn't have much of a better week this
Fell
week.
asleep through half your job.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Is that
right.
a job?
Yeah.
We had a good show this week. Your rants are becoming legendary.
There was a rant?
Oh, Clinton angry.
Oh,
old
yeah.
Man.
Sometimes you just got to let it fly. I'm saying all the things Greg Callan wishes he could say.
I kind of wish you were old enough, Clinton, that you could actually pull your false teeth out like an old man and really get excited.
Wow.
One day, if you get false teeth, you got to do that for me, because every rant deserves to be done with gums.
I'm speechless.
The battle rages on. Greg, I got to use our bit. Joe Plazik and Gary Tompkins were commenting on a thread on Facebook. Look at Ryan Dinning out there in the third spot in that number 8. Like, is that the fuel cell dragging behind that car? It's not, but it
looks like it's a piece of the bodywork that Logan Ferguson clipped there. And it was hard to believe that for Ryan Dinning, the hardest hit he took there was not the front collision, it was the rear collision from when Logan Ferguson hit the left rear, and he's got that piece flapping underneath.
I think Ryan Dinning might have got away with one there. Not being considered an involved car and going to the back.
Yeah.
But someone suggested that Joe Classic and Gary Tompkins start their own podcast, so I had to put an image of Waldorf and Stadler in there.
Checkers out. Trevor DeBoer is going to pick up the win over Zach Bleach and Ryan Dinning. Adam Plazik in the fourth spot over Spencer Smolders, Nick Massey. Brian Passetti, 7th. 8th, Tim Phelan. 9th, Rob Hoskins. 10th, Go Fast People, Logan Ferguson and Dylan Peckham. 11th and 12th.
Clint, I've put some more thought into it. You know how Snapchat has filters? Like, can Spencer create filters for us so we could seem like even grumpier old men than we are? Does that exist?
Everything exists. Do you see what we can do with filters these days?
Oh my gosh, that'd be stellar.
That means we'd actually have to try and put some work into the show, though, where we just show up on Tuesdays.
No,
when we're awake.
We don't have to. Spencer does. Wow, and more voices in our ears. Heat race number 2 going to line up like this. On the pole from Welland, the 96-0 is John Overholt. Starting second from Hamilton, the 07 is Scott McPhail. Third from Grimsby, the 17 is Rob Disher. Fourth from Caledonia, the 21X is Mark Bazine. Fifth from Brighton, the 26G is Brock Gregory. Sixth from Caledonia, the 55 is Mike Thorne. Seventh is Kyle Anderson, the 43 from Hamilton. Eighth from Ohsweken, the 69G is Brian General. Ninth from Ohsweken, the 24 is Blake Bombury Jr. 10th from St. Catharines, the 22C is Chris Crow. 11th from Fonthill, the 7K is Kevin Cokerich. And 12th from Canfield, the 03 is George Grossel.
Mike Thorne showing some speed here tonight. He was the Carmen's Group Hot Lap hero, and he's already starting to flex some muscle here, moving up to the second spot, riding up through that middle lane, trying to track down Scott McPhail.
Scott McPhail holding the pretty wheel out front. Mike Thorne and Rob Disher get together, and Blake, oh my!
Oh.
Thank goodness the photographer was looking in the direction of the cars coming at him.
Kyle Anderson's car all peeled up on the side there. That was Blake Bombury Jr. over the wall.
And yeah, fans, feel free, give a big round of applause. I'm not sure which photographer that was, but
I think I know, but I'm going to hold out and
had a near miss. And that's got to be a horrible feeling if you're Blake Bombury. Here we go, Greg.
That was Peter down here.
Yeah, Peter.
See, let's have a look at this replay down into the corner, and yeah. Mike Thorne just went around. Rob Disher went around to avoid. Then Blake Bombury makes contact. And it looks like Bombury might have spiked the throttle when he made that contact because the car almost looked like it accelerated. It still had a pretty good head of steam going.
Well, we got 3 cars involved down here. The Bombury car, guys, the rear end is out of it. This is going to be the end of the night for Blake by the looks of it. The way the rear end is out, and you can see it has tore out here when it clipped the wall, tore the rear end out of this one, and we're going to bring in Justin Case here to pick this thing up. And then we've got the other car back here. That's the 43 with the whole door gone off as it heads down towards that Duke perch. I don't know, Spencer, if you can get one of those with Andrew. But look at the side of that car. It is destroyed here for the 43. We'll watch Justin do his work here with the Case machine. The Disher 17's got the nose all messed up on it as well. And we'll just watch them pick up this whole 24 of Blake Bombury. with the rear end all out of it here. Tough break for Blake. That was a gorgeous car when the night started. It will not be beautiful anymore. Robbie Disher with the long walk back. He's got the left front punched in on that one as well. And we will follow up the Andrus 43.
Man, oh man, and Peter is so very fortunate.
Heavy damage for Rob Disher there in the 17.
He's had a couple of hard licks this year.
John Overholt just missed.
Yeah, you can see all the nose damage here on the Disher 17, all punched out, rad punched out, left front pushed in. This is the bumper bar right here that's out of line too. So all kinds of issues. He's got problems on the rear as well. Yeah, this Disher car is done, the Bomberry car is done, and I think the Andrus car will be done as well.
Actually, I think the Andrus car, if they rip the body off that, he might be able to return, Clint. He drove it off under his own power.
All right, so we'll see. And we know these teams are very resilient. If there's any way they can get it back together, they will. Block work going on down here as we put one block back in place.
I'll tell you what, Rob Disher has probably been racing since the 1980s, maybe the 1990s. Blake Bomberry, I think, has also been racing since the 1990s. That's a lot of experience.
Take a quick break, and we'll be back here at the Big O.
Looking for a new race or cargo trailer? Welcome to Kemp Motorsports. Kemp Motorsports specializes in top quality race and cargo trailers from United, Wells Cargo, and Hallmark. From our best-selling Rev Series up to custom 53-foot goosenecks and stackers. We have a huge selection in stock or ready to custom order. With top brands, great selection, and over 30 years experience, stop by and see why Kemp Motorsports is your #1 race trailer dealer. Find us online at kempmotorsports.ca.
Back at Ohsweken Speedway, Fresh Stone presents Friday Night Excitement. Tonight brought to you by Blast All Equipment and Club 54 Racing. I'm Greg Kellman with Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey. So we're ready to go through the WG Truck Center restart zone and get this second qualifier underway for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. These qualifiers brought to you by Hunsinger's Plumbing.
Scott McPhail out in front as we hear one car with a great big backfire.
It's all Scott McPhail out in front right now for Mark Bazine. And then you've got a 4-car battle. After all of that, Mike Thorne continues on. He took a fairly significant lick in that as well. He was the car that started the spin.
He was well protected by Rob Disher, I think.
Yeah.
When Disher spun, he kind of blocked the oncoming traffic.
See some damage to the right front of the 55, but right now showing some speed as he works to the inside right now. That's 69 of Brian General.
I believe this will be the first time this year John Overholt's qualified straight out of the heat races.
And he narrowly got by that mess. He may have got clipped ever so slightly, but slipped on by, and he's running right now in the 5th. I'll make that 7th.
Top 3 are going to the redraw, guys. So 9 cars to redraw. Mikey Bobby is getting his way back in there.
Mike Thorne up to 3rd. I was talking to Brian General in the tech barn before the races just about how he's had a lot of speed this year, just hasn't had a ton of luck as we're under yellow.
Dixieland Grill caution flag is out. Something going on with the 7 machine. Possible issue there. Looked like there might have been a fire under the hood, so.
It's an orange car. Kevin Cokerich in the 7K. Come on, please tell me Dave Hunsinger thought it was on fire, but it's just an orange car.
Look at you cheering on someone's failures. I had I had a question about Kyle Anderson's car. Now, I know the rule is you have to have a hood. Are there any other panels you have to have, or is it just the hood?
No, I think you'd be able to come out with no left side. While we're busting on Dave Hunsinger, let's also, and this isn't going to jinx us tonight because I'm talking about the last 2 weeks and congratulating him for completing a night at 10:15 each of the last 2 weeks. Has nothing to do with tonight's program, but I want to give him kudos for a job well done the last 2 Fridays. In fact, I made a comment about that last week, and I remember people telling me I jinxed it. Well, look at me now. We did not jinx it.
I don't believe in any of that, but I also don't believe in you being nice to Dave either. There's something going on here.
Yeah,
it seems so fake.
I already lowered Dave's expectation today. You knocked 2 out of the park. You can throw a few balls tonight. Don't worry about it. We just have a jam-packed show.
Back to the asphalt works, green flag. Scott McPhail has led this one. And looks stout, but here comes a couple of challengers. Brian General on the outside, Mike Thorne on the bottom.
Wow, Brian General with a power move to the outside. Scott McPhail going to fire back on the bottom. Mike Thorne kind of backs out a little bit. So we've got 2 laps to go.
Brian General looking stout right now in that 69G machine. McPhail fading a little bit here, back to the 3rd spot. Now we've got one around with George Grossel in corner number 2. Slaps the blocks down there, but stays under power. And we'll come to the Mobile 1 white flag.
Oh, Scott McPhail slides up the racetrack into the path of Brock Gregory. And that's a big move. Scott McPhail was in the redraw on the 07. Now that spot belongs to Brock Gregory. The checkered flag going to come out. Brian General picks up the heat race win. Mike Thorne second there in the redraw. So is Brock Gregory, who comes home 3rd.
There's John Overholt crossing the line in the 4th spot. Over Mark Bazine.
We see
Scott McPhail.
George Grossel going around on your Creekside Construction video board.
I think they're going to have to adjust one of the blocks down there in corner 2 as well. One of the dentures is out of place.
Man, you talk about it, and there you go. They're focused on it.
Third qualifier rolling out, brought to you by Hunsinger's Plumbing. Still to come, Strickland, Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. They've got 4 heats in total with 34 cars here tonight.
Lots of race cars, and remember, they drew for position tonight. We're used to seeing Dave Bailey at the back, but tonight it's just because he sucked in the redraw, or in the original draw. Ryan Beagle, though, out in front. He's going to start for the pole position in the 84 RK. Starting 2nd from Hagersville. The 93K is Mike Klazinga. 3rd, how about this from Ohsweken? The 24T is Aaron Turkey. 4th from Ohsweken, the 81 is Brando Green-Stiers. 5th from Brantford, the 13 is Casey Huffman. 6th from Niagara Falls, the 26 is Keith Dale. 7th from Tilbury, the 81C is Nick Cameron. 8th out of St. Catharines, the 99 is Rob Murray. 9th from Ancaster, the 19 is Kyle Wirt. 10th from Waynfleet, the 77 is Mitch Petta. 11th from Hagersville, the 49 is Dave Bailey. And rounding out the field from Six Nations, the 13X is Bella General.
So you got Peter Anderson and Derek Smith sitting on the blocks down there between 1 and 2. And to me, it looks like they're going through Peter's camera. Well, how many photos did we get right up until the... That's a photographer, isn't it?
If we can get that replay back at some point tonight of that car going over the wall, I'd like to see both photographers and see if they ever put their cameras down.
Yeah. Number to the green flag. In this 3rd qualifier brought to you by Hunsinger's Plumbing. Beagle Klazinga leading them down into corner number 1.
Rob Murray with an aggressive move right off the start to pick up a couple of spots, move his way towards the redraw position. Out in front, it's Ryan Beagle and Mike Klazinga in first and second.
A little easier work here tonight for Ryan Beagle. Like you mentioned, no handicapping, so he's got that good starting spot at the front here tonight instead of having to start deep in the field. He's got Mike Klazinga right behind him.
How about Aaron Turkey hanging on to the third spot in that 24 machine? Slings it sideways off of turn number 4 right in front of Casey Huffman. Brando Green Stires has to spike the brakes to avoid contact as Kyle Wirt goes around right in front of Dave Bailey.
Braden Burning goes, or is that Brando?
Brando.
Sorry, Brando Green Stires around. Dixieland Grill caution flag will come out for both these cars, looping it around. Last time we saw Aaron Turkey in a Thunderstock, I believe, was back in the days when he was driving that white and orange. It looked like Cale Yarborough's Hardy's machine, number 68. It was a Monte Carlo as well. That's a number of years ago.
That's one of the years that I was gone for.
The glory years.
Yeah, you loved that, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, well.
Man, we've seen a few drivers losing it there in turn number 1.
Kyle Wirt had problems in hot laps as well. Didn't take time out there. Brando Green Stires back rolling and ready to go. Kyle Wirt tags on. Field doubles up. And next time by, we'll come back to the green flag. 2 on the board, 6 to go.
Slow and steady, Dave Bailey in the 7th spot for this restart. Right now it's Ryan Beagle, Mike Klazinga, Aaron Turkey in those redraw positions, the top 3 spots. Top 8 make it into the show.
Ryan Beagle drag races Mike Klazinga down to corner number 1. Beagle in front, Klazinga continuing to show that he's consistently good, not just flashes of running up front. He's regularly there now.
Yeah, I would say Ryan Beagle is right now the top dog in this class. Dave Bailey, of course, still has legend status behind the wheel of that 49 machine as he's working on Casey Huffman side by side off of turn 2.
Ryan Beagle out in front, Klazinga second. Here comes Aaron Turkey in the 24K down to his inside. Cross flags are out. Dave Bailey has gotten himself up to the 4th position now, tracking the rear end of Aaron Turkey's machine.
Aaron Turkey was looking to make a move on Mike Klazinga to the inside there in turn number 2. Out in front, it's all Ryan Beagle, but Klazinga hanging on to second.
Aaron Turkey enjoying his time, I'm sure, behind the wheel of that Nitro 54. Monte Carlo just ahead of Dave Bailey. Casey Huffman holding down the 5th spot. He's about to feel some pressure from Kyle Wirt, who was involved in that spin down in 1 and 2, has worked his way back up towards the top 5.
Yeah, nice recovery by Kyle Wirt, but with 2 laps to go, how about Aaron Turkey holding off Dave Bailey? Now remember, Aaron Turkey was pretty good behind the wheel of a NASCAR Canada Series car when they raced here.
Mobile 1 white flag is out for Ryan Beagle as he continues to pull away from Klazinga. Best battle right now is that one for the 3rd spot. Turkey has it. Dave Bailey trying everything he can to get around him.
And I think Bailey missed there in turns 1 and 2, cost himself some track position. Who's it going to be coming to the stripe? Ryan Beagle, the clear winner of this one. Klazinga second, and Aaron Turkey hangs on to that 3rd and final redraw spot. Dave Bailey is in the show, so is Kyle Wirt, Casey Huffman, and Nick Cameron, as well as Rob Murray.
You guys, we mainly know Aaron Turkey as a sprint car driver, but before we had crates and 360s weekly here, he was a Thunderstock driver. Remember, he used to drive that 68 Skycraft Hobbies white and orange machine for many years before he went crate racing.
Hey, did that car look like Cale Yarborough's, Clint?
I think it did.
I just have that good a memory.
Like the Hardee's kind of look?
It was the Hardee's look.
Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division onto the racetrack. 4 qualifying heats tonight, brought to you by DJD Graphics. You or me here for this?
It should be me.
Right.
Normally, we'll split. We'll go heat by
Sure.
heat. On the pole from Cambridge, the 44 is Connor Ross. Starting second from Peterborough, the 8 is Curtis Connell. Third out of Hagersville, the 11W is Jeremy May. Fourth from Six Nations, the 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. Starting fifth from Cortland, the 5 is Tom Pellizzari. Sixth from Thamesford, the 45 is Curtis Gartley. Seventh from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. Eighth from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. Rounding out the field from Hagersville, the 24K is Kiana Teal.
Just want to mention, I saw the Pellizzari 5 car exiting the property about a half an hour ago, guys, so they have towed on out of here. They are done for the night.
Going to the Asphalt Works green flag. Connor Ross, Curtis Connell on the front row. Carter Long cuts them loose.
Down into turn number 1, Ross leads the way, gets sideways, stacking them up behind him. Jeremy May in the second spot, Rob Neely up the third.
Close call there for Johnny Miller. Had to get on the binders down on the back stretch there. He's got a new fan watching tonight all the way from Hawaii.
I want a fan from Hawaii, right?
One of those paper ones?
Yeah, that could work.
Connor Ross leads him off the corner over Rob Neely. Johnny Miller, Neely's going to squirt by for the lead as they work off the corner number 2. Put Connor Ross back to second, but he's not leaving the Radio Shuttle 74.
Ross is fighting a loose condition, but I think a lot of drivers are fighting that same loose condition here tonight. Something giving these drivers fits out there in all of the divisions. We've seen more spins in 1 and 2 than we do on a normal Friday night, Greg.
Halfway home in this first of 4 qualifiers for the Brantford Strickland Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Steve Murdoch now taking the second spot from the Iceman. Johnny Miller, Jeremy May, Connor Ross with a good fight right now for the 4th spot.
Yeah, May trying to take advantage of a bobble by Ross. Ross was able to fight him back. Curtis Gartley closing in that Dottie Creek 45. Out in front, Rob Neely pulling away from this one in his Radio Shuttle 74 as we've got one parked in turn number 2.
Curtis Connell will bring out the Dixieland Grill caution flag. That beautiful Connell construction number 8. Driver hails from Peterborough. Makes the long trek here every Friday night. Simple spin. He'll be able to tag on to the back of the pack. Rob Neely, the veteran, out in front in that Radio Shuttle 74.
Steve Murdoch, after starting deep in the field, Neely started 7th. Steve Murdoch started 8th. As they get Curtis Connell's car back pointed the right direction.
Kenny U-Pull push truck team on the scene. And we'll get this number 8 machine pushed off, ready to go. Still 3 qualifiers left to go. 34 cars. Another great field and some new faces we haven't seen in a little while. We'll see them a little bit later on. Specifically Heat Race 3. We'll see a couple of guys that we haven't seen in quite some time.
Yeah, that's got some head turners in it, doesn't it?
Lights out, coming back to the Asphalt Works green flag as they'll take the restart through the WG Truck Center restart zone. 3 laps left to go here in DJT Graphics. Qualifying heat, race number 1.
Clean restart for the crate sprints. Curtis Gartley got around Jeremy May for the 5th spot. They work through 3 and 4. It'll be 2 laps to go.
all Rob Neely right now over Murdoch, Miller, Ross, and Gartley. Gartley right now holding on to a 5th spot right now in that Dottie Creek 45 with the Mobil 1 white flag in the air.
Rob Neely assuming his position out in front once again after this race restarted. A great run for the 74 of Neely. He'll lead the way for the final time into 3 and 4. Steve Murdoch going to try to close in, but too little too late. Neely going to take the win over Murdoch, Miller, Ross, Gartley, with Jeremy May getting squirrely off of turn number 4, but taking that 6th and final transfer position. Kiana Teal and Curtis Connell will head to the B main.
Heat race number 2. Getting ready to come onto the racetrack. They're over there in that push-off track that doubles as our micro sprint track on Thursday nights. Great to see them able to get in a show last night, 2 weeks in a row. Our Cool Kids Ice and Water Hellno Mechanical micro sprint show was rained out, but last night they got some great racing in. Jack and McLean on the mic, and they got a couple of camera angles, some replays, and everything going on Thursday night. So check that out on GeForce TV. And those cars put on a good show every Thursday night. If you're interested in getting into racing, especially if you're a youngster, that's your minor hockey equivalent, is to get into the micro sprints. A number of these drivers have done that and are racing on the big track now. And here's some of these drivers as they will line up getting ready for qualifier number 2, starting from the pole. From Hamilton, the 78, Darren McLennan. To the outside from St. Thomas, the 52, Jesse Costa. Lining up third from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. Starting in 4th from Cherry Valley, car number 9, Adam Turner. Lining up 5th from Ancaster, the 51, that's Trevor Young. 6th starting spot, Tyler Willard from Font Hill in the 777A. Starting in the 7th spot, he was the Carmen's Group Hot Lap hero tonight. Behind the wheel, the 14 this evening is Eric Gledhill from Thamesford. Going off 8th, at Wayne Fleet, the BS 39, Brett Stratford. And Nico Hansen starts 9th. He's from Beamsville in the 27.
Not sure what's going on with the 78 of Darren McClellan. He was supposed to start on the pole of this one.
He had problems in the hot laps as well, and they pushed him into the infield, so maybe he's continuing to struggle with that machine. But nonetheless, the Asphalt Works green flag is out in this DJD Graphics heat race number 2.
Greg, it looks like you're absolutely right. Is Darren McClellan going to take that car into the infield?
Spencer, could you clip that?
No, me saying he was right.
Dixieland Grill caution flag comes out as Tyler Willard goes around. Clint?
Just slots to handle here in 3 and 4. It was a long, slow loop, but nothing he could do once it got backwards. They'll get this Willard 777A fired off and back rolling.
Something about tonight's racetrack is fooling these drivers. It's been some fairly experienced racers that have just lost it in one car spins. Clint, I'm a little curious what's going on with Darren McClellan's machine. Is a lot of people know McClellan, they bought the car that Brent Bigelow had so much success with driving for Mike Bowman. Clint gonna drive that Lockhart's machine over to Darren McClellan in the Flamborough Machine Shop 78.
Well, Darren Adams is asking what's wrong with the 78 car. You had a couple weeks to get going, then you had some solid promise. What's going on tonight?
Yeah, I don't know. The motor's not running right. I don't know if it's a fuel pickup issue or ignition or what, but it's not a good night for us tonight.
We appreciate your time. There you have it, Adam. Ignition or fuel, they're still baffled themselves.
So we'll file past the Lockhart's restart cone on the front stretch as they come to the Asphalt Works green flag with 1 on the board and 7 to go.
Brett Stratford had a good run to that restart. It might have been too good a run. I'm not sure if you're allowed to be beside the car in front of you.
Out in front, it's old Jesse Costa right now in the DNO towing 52 over Keegan Baker in that 16X.
Great battle for the 6th position. All-important 6th spot is the final transfer spot. Right now, Adam Turner has it. Nico Hansen, who's been having his struggles lately in the 27 machine.
Halfway home this time by for Jesse Costa over Keegan Baker. Eric Gledhill, Brett Stratford, and Trevor Young. Hansen and Turner going back and forth.
Brett Stratford got around Trevor Young, but Young able to keep pace in that 51 machine. Turn 4 went a little bit better for Stratford. He put some daylight between himself and that Hallett-sponsored 51. Out in front is Jesse Costa by half a straightaway with 2 laps to go.
And 2 to go for Jesse Costa. Comes in tonight solidly up in the points chase. He rides right now 4th place in the points, trying to track down point leader Jacob Dykstra with the Mobile 1 white flag out. One more trip around for the driver out of St. Thomas.
Down the back straightaway in that DNO towing 52, Jesse Costa keeps the car up on the cushion, smooth and steady on the high side. He'll take the win. Keegan Baker going to come home second. Eric Gledhill behind the wheel of the 14 this week will come home third. Then it's Brett Stratford fourth, Trevor Young fifth. I said Hallett,
I know why you
got
did
Kelly
that,
on the brain. And Adam Turner locks into the show with a 6th place finish.
Hallett home improvement on the wing of Trevor Young, and as soon as you said it, I knew why. I would do the same thing.
Now, is that business, is that Adam's business?
Adams, yes.
Yeah, Kelly's son.
Yep. Yeah, he's done
which
some
is
fantastic work for me around the house.
Nice, which is interesting because I believe he started his professional career as a chef, did he not?
I don't know that. If he did, he's very good with brickwork because he redid our driveway steps and everything. Did a phenomenal job.
I want to say he was in the culinary trade. Well, folks, listen up. You're going to be intrigued by this starting lineup on the pole from Teresa, New York. The 1V is Josh Verne Jr. Second from Ancaster, the 26X is Campbell Baker. Third from Hamilton in the 01K, it's Mikey Krutchka. Fourth from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Fifth from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. Sixth from Baden, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Seventh out of Kitchener, the 50LS is Adrian Staley. Eighth from, not from Jerseyville, from Scotland is the 53 of Logan Schwedick.
And so a couple of faces back here tonight. Josh Verne Jr., regular at Can-Am Speedway, and he's one of their perennial favorites down there on a weekly basis, starting from the pole. And Mikey Krutchka is back in the crate sprint division with help with the J&E recovery team.
Well, and I don't know the details, but that is the exact car, tire, shock package, and everything that Mikey Krutchka had a great run with at the Northern Sprint Car Nationals the last time he was behind the wheel.
Coming to the Asphalt Works green flag here in DJD Graphics Heat Race number 3 for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Very quickly, the 2 drivers we talked about, 1 and 2, Verne leads it. Krutchka in the second spot. Here he comes on the bottom.
Krutchka was always very good on a slick racetrack, and I think this qualifies as a slippery track. Let's see what his prowess is like with the crate-powered engine as
Campbell Baker
goes around, courtesy of inertia and maybe a little bit of a push by Austin Rose.
The Baker Performance 26X will need the attention of the Kenny U-Pole push truck team. We'll watch the replay on the Creekside Construction video board.
No, he lost it on his own. Austin Rose actually did a nice job to not make that situation worse.
Austin's got some new threads available at his trailer tonight. So if you stop by after the races, you can pick up one of those new Austin Rose t-shirts. Josh Verne Jr. out in front, and he, much like Bruno Richard last week, two of the invaders that come and don't look out of place here at all. They look as though they're ready to win on any given night that they show up.
I think the key to the crate sprint cars, unlike, for example, the 360s, where I think you need a very specific setup. With these crates, if you can be smooth, you can be fast.
Yep. The white flag out. Lockhart's restart cone will come out onto the front stretch.
I was distracted because I looked up into the pits to see Rob Pitts. I believe that's Rob Pitts' 69 driving up into place with just plumes of smoke behind it. Had a squirrel moment there. Shocking, I know.
Good sunset here tonight. Good to see the sun on a Friday for a change.
Yeah, that was a nice switch.
Josh Verne Jr. sets the pace off of corner 4, pulls away from Krutchka going down into corner number 1.
Krutchka running that inside. He's so good at running the lower grooves here. Austin Rose makes a move on Brian Nanicoke. Logan Schwedek, after starting deep in the field, working his way up in that 53 machine.
Good close racing behind these two with Austin Rose, Brian Nanicoke, Logan Schwedek swapping spots. With right now Rose holding down that third position behind Krutchka. And then you've got Schwedek, Nanicoke, and then the battle between Staley and Hofstetter.
That's a great battle for the final transfer spot. One of those drivers will get into the feature event. The other will have to qualify through the B main if they finish this way. They're right behind Brian Nanicoke in the 9C.
4 in, 4 to go for Josh Verne Jr. over Mikey Krutchka. And Austin Rose is beginning to close the gap a little bit right now on that second place runner of Krutchka. Rose in that 3S machine, the MJ trucking ride.
And am I correct? Austin Rose did not qualify for the feature last Friday?
That's correct.
And here he is,
yeah, here he is
on a tear. It's amazing 1 week to the next how things can change.
This division is so tough every week. It is not a given that you're going to be in the feature. And you could be at the point leader and not make it.
Adrian Staley closing the gap on Travis Hofstetter. Hofstetter closing in on Brian Nanicoke with the Mobile 1 white flag.
Josh Verne Jr. out of Teresa, New York, heads down into corner number 3 and off of corner 4 to the checkered flag.
Staley looking for 2 for 1 there. That's your battle for 5th and 6th. Verne going to get into the show. Holy moly, what a battle. Brian Nanicoke on the outside after a wild last lap. Josh Verne, Mikey Krutchka, Austin Rose, Logan Schwedek, Adrian Staley, and Travis Hofstetter make it straight to tonight's A main. Brian Nanicoke and Campbell Baker going to have to try their chances in the B feature.
Well, the sun is setting on qualifying heats for the night. We've got one more to go. It's for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. And they're buzzing to life over there on the warm-up track, ready to head out. Starting on the pole for this one from Stony Creek in the 24A, it's A.J. Lewis. To the outside from Dorchester, car number 1 is Holly Porter. Lining up third from Wayne Fleet in the 85C, it's Cam McKinnon. Also from Wayne Fleet, starting in fourth, Tanner Podwinski in the 72. Going off fifth, Ken Hamilton from St. George in the 69K. Cam Thompson from Ohsweken, the 28T. He'll line up sixth. Seventh, Lance Erskine from Brantford in the 88. And how about this? First in points, last place starting spot of the last heat, the 5D of Jacob Dykstra. I wouldn't expect that he'll be there for very long.
No, you wouldn't think so. He's had some great drives this season, some memorable interviews in Slack Lumber Victory Lane.
He is the only driver with a top 5 in all 6 features this year. He has 1 win to Brett Stratford's 3, but consistency has him atop the point standings. Ollie Porter swings to the outside of A.J. Lewis and holds down the lead. Here comes Tanner Podwinski, and look at Jacob Dykstra. He's up to fourth already. We're not even completed the first lap.
Wastes little time moving his way through the field. Cam McKinnon right behind him. Lance Erskine right behind them as McKinnon gets all sorts of loose down into turn 1.
A three-car fight for the second spot. It's all Ollie Porter out in front. But Tanner Podwinski, A.J. Lewis, and Jacob Dykstra battling it out for the runner-up position. Dykstra goes to the outside of the Insta Insulation 24A of A.J. Lewis. Lewis fights back on the bottom.
There doesn't look to be a lot of grip to work with out there, so it's wherever these drivers can make their cars work the best. A.J. Lewis doing a nice job on the inside. Dykstra going to cross him over down into turn 1.
Slides up in front of A.J., has lots of room there, takes the third spot. Tanner Podwinski right now running second. Behind the leader, Ollie Porter crosses the stripe and leads at the halfway point.
And Ollie Porter is more than half a second faster per lap than anybody else out there. This is her kind of racetrack right now.
Got that wing pitched at the Ollie Porter pitch, just like you like to see it on this type of racetrack. In the Squires number 1, way out in front right now over this battle for the second spot. Dykstra to the inside of Podwinski. Podwinski, though, off of corner 2, will hold down that second position.
Side by side, Dykstra to the inside, slides up on Tanner Podwinski. Not a lot of racing room left for Podwinski in that 72 machine. He'll fall back to the third spot.
Mobile 1 white flag out for Ollie Porter. Straightaway advantage over Jacob Dykstra, Tanner Podwinski, and Lance Erskine's done a nice job working his way up through the field as well. Up into the third spot there. Here comes Podwinski back. Checkers out for Ollie Porter.
Porter going to take that win. Dykstra comes home second. Lance Erskine third. Then it's Tanner Podwinski, with A.J. Lewis and Cam McKinnon rounding out the transfer spots. Cam Thompson and Ken Hamilton going to the B main.
So, qualifying heats completed. Now we move on to B main. Last chance qualifier for the Insta Insulation mini stocks. 6 laps and 14 cars. Starting on the pole for this one will be Mike Sarantakos out of Smithville in the 6X. To his outside from Cambridge, the 32L is Graydon Lyons. Lining up third from Waterford, the 15 is Mark Thorne. Starting in the 4th position is Alex Klotz out of St. George in the 26. Rolling off 5th from Caledonia, the 265, Mike Evers. Connor Chambers from Welland in the 9C starts 6th. 7th will be Mark Deagle out of Hamilton in the 12. Sierra Robeson out of Port Colborne in the 1R Junior starts 8th. 9th, Steve Miller from Paris in the 79. John Trivieri from St. Catharines in the 43. Jay goes 10th. Crystal Souls lines up 11th from Hamilton, the 81D. Mike Iverson, the pinball from Caledonia in the 11, going 12th. 13th, Joe Dirt from Welland. And Ken Hare starting 14th from Niagara Falls in the 5K. So something post-race in his qualifying heat put him to the back of the B main, because I'm pretty sure he had qualified through position originally. So it's 6 laps, 14 cars. Confirm here.
It should be 8 cars getting in.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure 100% here. As Mike Sarantakos leads away, top 8 transferring through this B main. What a field we've had here tonight. 34 mini stocks in total. And here comes Mark Thorne to the inside of Graydon Lyons as the Dixieland Grill caution flag waves.
Here's an interesting tidbit tonight. We got to give a special welcome to a couple of members of the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame. Tim Miller is in the house, and so is Jim Bray. They've seen a couple races in their day. See whose birthday it is tomorrow? Mark Rinaldi.
Oh, yeah.
And as a present to him, Angie stayed home today.
Wow.
He got to come down with the boys and go racing.
Huh.
What a great gift.
Hey, I like Angie. Be nice.
Who doesn't like Angie?
Happy birthday, Mark. Well, you're making it sound like she's some awful person to have to bring to the racetrack. I would never say that, Angie.
I was suggesting that might be a birthday present, but I think you took that entirely wrong. Let's wish DJ Christie good luck. They're going to Fulton tomorrow. They think there'll probably be a pretty good contingent of Canadian cars.
Ryan Turner and Nick Sheridan, along with Ashton Van Every, have been racing as part of the Central New York Speed Weeks with the Empire Super Sprints. I know Darren Dryden's been over to the West.
I just saw Glenn drew the pole for the ESS feature coming up tonight at Brewerton.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that's pretty cool. Sprint cars at Brewerton are fun.
Never seen them there, and that seems like a different track for sprint car racing. It is built for modifieds, I'll tell you that.
It's pretty
Brewerton.
cool. Brewerton's a great little racetrack. The D-shaped dirt demon as Steve Miller goes around in turn number 2. Looks like he's trying to get that car rolling, but something not quite.
Gets it in reverse at least. Better hurry up. Nope, Dixieland Grill caution flag comes out.
It's like playing chicken with race director Ryan Hunzinger. Dave Hunzinger. Ryan, Dave, whatever. I swear I have more brain farts in the night than. Did you mention earlier Guyverson's back in his original ride?
No, I didn't, but I thought it.
Okay, but you didn't.
So you read
say
my
it?
mind.
All right.
That's creepy.
I didn't want to pull a Clint. Clint, I'll let you in on it later on, Clint, but we had a little bit of fun at your expense. And had I said nothing, it would have been a victimless crime, right? But now.
Exactly. Just don't go home and watch, and you'll be fine.
Well, that's what I got thinking. Man, he's going to go home and watch him. He's so mad.
I'm mad already, and I don't even know what I'm mad at.
So Greg told a beautiful story about Aaron Turkey's history in the Thunderstocks and the beautiful Cale Yarborough look-alike car that he used to drive. So when you brought it up, and we know you're busy, so here's the inside scoop. Clinton's busy doing things, so he doesn't always get to listen. But I played into it. I had no idea what Aaron Turkey used to drive or what the car looked like.
I deserved it. I'll take it.
Mike Sarantakos leading on the outside line, but Graydon Lyons having a great run right now in that 32L. Fighting on the bottom, Mark Thorne in tow behind Sarantakos.
As we look deep in the field, Mike Evers trying to fight his way in, but falling back just a little bit in that 9th spot.
And Mark Deagle had a handful off a corner, too. Mobile 1 white flag out, side by side. Ken Harris come from the back to challenge for the lead, Adam.
How about Alex Klotz in that 26? Oh, no! Trouble as Sarantakos. Oh! Sarantakos goes around, gets collected hard by Mike Evers.
Man, we go weeks with, the odd collision. Tonight we've had some pretty nasty hits.
We've had some big ones. Have a look at this replay down into turn number 1. A little bit of contact there between Thorne and Sarantakos, and Mike Evers with a big head of steam. Ironically, that might be Mike Sarantakos' only opportunity to get into the race was the fact that a yellow flag came out, because as it stands, he would have been out if that car will still drive.
That is a solid hit by Mike Evers there. You see him out of the car.
Mike Evers just back from his 50th wedding anniversary trip through Alaska.
Yeah, this is shortened up, Jack. You might want to come take a look at this one over here. tough break for Mike Evers. A big shot to the right front, and you can see where the basically where the bars are all pushed out of place. And Jack, you can stand there. I'll show you. But guys, it took a massive shot right here, and it is punched in a foot or so right there on the right front. Bumper all tore off. You can see, guys, all of this factory stuff is tore up here. That is not good here. Michael will head back to the pits. Mike, you okay?
I'm good.
You're good, but your car doesn't look very good, Mike.
No, my car needs a little adjustment.
We'll get back there and get one.
Wish him a happy anniversary.
No, I mean, hey, stuff happens.
Happy anniversary, Mike. Hopefully you had a good trip.
It was amazing.
You should have stayed.
No way.
All right, he's still smiling, guys, even though he's got a lot of work to do in this 265. Mike will jump back in there and get the ride back. And always smiling, guys. We got some great veterans here.
Yeah, Mike's a true gentleman. Like we say, 50 years married. And they drove through Alaska with a truck and a camper on the back of it.
Hey guys, I just want to send a shout out to a couple of watch parties we got going on. I got a lot of friends down in Thorold tonight, and of course this is becoming a thing. They're over at Overtime Pub. We got to send a shout out to everybody there eating the awesome chicken wings, drinking the cold ones, and of course everybody down at Maryville, T-Max Bar and Grill with the watch party going on there. So they love us in Niagara. We just got to get them down here more. And of course, if you can't make it all the way here to Ohsweken, got 2 great spots in Niagara to go have a cold one, some great wings, and check out some awesome racing here on GeForce TV.
Look at the Braemar building speed shot as the B main rolls by. And, oh, there he is. I was just looking for Mike Sarantako, some smoke coming out of the 6X. He took a significant hit to the right rear. You can see the door caved in there. But he still got an opportunity to get into the A main.
Steve Miller is in that transfer spot. You've got Mark Thorne, who's going to have to go to the back.
So Mike Sarantakos told to go to the pit area.
I don't understand.
Well, these were the 2 that were involved in the original.
Well, Sarantakis waited till they were ready to go to green, then drove up the inside and took a retaliatory shot.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what happened, though, Clint.
What's that?
I think 6X was in that spot, and then the 15 went around him, and he was trying to get... I'd like to see that whole transaction again backed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it worked out, but there it is. Here's your replay again.
Yeah, maybe you called that right.
I wasn't making the call. I was just repeating what Dave was yelling at from the tower, but the 6X has been parked for the night.
2 to go. And this first B main. Still need to qualify some drivers for the Brock Leonard Memorial, as well for the Crate Sprint Car Division through their B mains. Vintage cars, late models are set and ready to go with their features later. Back to the Asphalt Works green flag with Ken Hare out in front. Started dead last in this one. Leads them into 1.
Leads them into 1 and pulling away. Alex Klotz up on the outside in that 26 machine, making a good move to the high side there. Battling for the second spot is going to be the Mobile 1 white flag.
Final trip around for Ken Hare, Graydon Lyons, and Alex Klotz having a good battle right now for the second position. Got some cars leaning on one another behind them.
Yeah, do the drivers look feisty tonight, Greg, or is it just me?
Yeah, I think you're right. They are.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mark Thorne drops out.
Whether he thought that was the checker or the car just failed him. Unfortunate circumstance for Mark Thorne as Ken Hare takes the win over Klotz, Lyons, Deagle, Trivieri, Connor Chambers, Mike Giberson, and Steve Miller taking that final transfer.
So it's Mark Thorne and Mike Sarantakos along with Mike Evers done for the evening. So the field set for the Insta Insulation mini stocks. And I believe we're going to head to our first feature of the night. It's for the Vintage Modifieds. As they head out onto the racetrack, starting on the pole is going to be Bill Profoda in the 51 machine. He's out of Dresden, Ontario. Alan Wood alongside in the 247. He's from Kamoka. Starting in third, Steve Longo in car number 20 from Bradford, Pennsylvania. And rolling off fourth from Napanee in the 28G, it's Greg Hale. Starting in fifth, Billy Ace Montreuil from Port Colborne in the 21 Junior. And going from the sixth spot, there's the Sheriff. He's from Hamilton, the 68, that's Jens Mortensen. Starting seventh from St. Catharines, the 601, Jeffrey Lehrman. And going from the eighth position in car number 17 from Kingston, it's Ian Gording. Going from the ninth spot from Fort Erie, car number 3, Stan Zankin. And going from the 10th position, aboard car number 41 from Wheatfield, New York, Tim Natalino. Ryan Ferry in car 2 lines up in the 11th spot. He's from Port Colborne. And then you've got Mike Jacobs in the 14th, starting in the 12th position from Ransomville, New York. Rob Pitts from Port Colborne in the 69 starts 13th. And Jip Ortez from Ransomville, New York in the 58 going 14th.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch Rob Pitts and Jip Ortez trying to work their way through this field, Greg.
Yeah, starting deep. They're going to have some good cars to get through. At the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got Bill Profoda, who always runs well here in the Vintage Modifieds. He's right up there on the pole. So with only 15 laps, it's going to be some work here for Rob Pitts. And for Jip Ortez to get up there to Bill Profoda and crew. But nonetheless, here we go to the Asphalt Works green flag. First feature of the night is underway.
Field fans out. Rob Pitts wasting no time. He passed about 4 cars between turn 4 and the start-finish line and right up in the mix down the back straightaway.
Wow, Pitts up to the 6th spot right now. Gets by Jens Mortensen. Now to the inside of Greg Hale, and he'll clear him into 1.
Oh, it just about has an issue going into the first turn. Out in front is Profoda by quite a distance, but Rob Pitts looking for that runner-up spot.
Digging on the bottom, he'll take over the 2nd spot. Profoda goes full-on sideways off of corner 4. Keeps the car under control, but that allows Pitts to draw even closer to the 51.
Jip Ortez in the 58, he's getting up to the pack now, making some moves on the inside, but out in front, Pitsy looks to the high side.
Now goes low on the front stretch. Profoda holds the lead. Pitts on the bottom. Works by the 51 and to the top spot for Rob Pitts.
Man, oh man, Pitsy's got that car hooked up. Profoda having some struggles with the handling right now on that 51 machine, but Rob Pitts out in front, and he's not looking back.
Ian Gordon right now looking strong in that 17. Beautiful machine to the inside of Bill Profoda. He'll take over the 2nd spot, the driver out of Kingston.
Gordon up to P2. Jip Ortez working into the top 5 in that 58. He might need the help of a yellow flag.
Now he'll look to the inside of Bill Profoda and look for that 3rd spot. And he'll take that spot over, so top 3. The Mud Bus show out front.
Rob Pitts by half a straightaway. Ian Gordon not quite turning the lap times Pitsy is. Jip Ortez isn't either. Rob Pitts is just in kind of a class of his own.
Good fight going mid-pack. Greg Hale in there in the yellow 28. Bill Profoda is back there now. Jens Mortensen working the outside.
Stan Zankin in the 3, I believe, isn't it?
Yep.
Right in that mix as well. Some great racing going on.
He's got the 2 of Ryan Ferry right in the middle of it. Running in the 4th spot right now.
Out in front, Rob Pitts is starting to close in on slower traffic to put them a lap down. He's got better than a half straightaway lead at the moment.
This time by for Rob Pitts, it'll be the big high five, 5 more trips around. As he'll go into the flag stand of Carter Long. They get by some slower traffic. Good straightaway ahead right now of Ian Gordon in the second spot.
Jip Ortez turning the quickest lap times right now. He's still down in the 18-second bracket. Rob Pitts up in the 19. So is Ian Gordon for the time being. But Pitts knows his way around this place. He has raced here in a late model, a sprint car, a sportsman, a modified.
3 laps left to go for the Bob Pitts heating. Number 69 of Rob Pitts, driver to Port Colborne. The only thing that car's missing is Thumper.
Right?
He's not on there, is he? Nope, I don't see Thumper.
Wild Thing is on the back of it. Why does his right rear tire look shiny to me?
You like shiny things.
You know it.
Over to the Mobile 1 white flag. Rob Pitts leading over Ian Gordon. And Jip Ortez right now the top 3. One more trip around for the easy 69. He's made it look easy. Started in 13th.
Quickly moved his way through the field to take over the lead. Never looked back. Rob Pitts going to take the win in the Vintage Modified feature event. Coming home second, it's Ian Gordon. Jip Ortez going to complete Slack Lumber victory lane.
Stan Zank in third. Billy Montreuil will complete the top 5. Oh, no. Jens Mortensen gets by Montreuil at the end, so he'll finish in the top 5. Rob Pitts, 22 career dirt car sportsman victories here at the Big O. This will be his first in the Vintage Modifieds as he'll take that Bob Pitts heating easy 69 down to Slack Lumber victory lane and talk to our Clinton Jeffrey here in just a moment.
And what a great job by this Vintage Modified series.
Great looking race car.
They put on a great show. Jip Ortez didn't get the memo that he's supposed to head down to Slack Lumber victory lane. Ian Gordon is on his way. Hopefully someone will tell Jip Ortez to come out because I really want to see that Merv Treichler car parked down front.
If I'm not mistaken, he last year had it lettered up like Doug the Ox Carlisle's number 11. He's doing a different tribute each year, it seems, as Rob Pitts, no stranger to victory lane here at the Big O. Let's send it down trackside here. Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with the 22-time sportsman winner here, but is first with the Vintage Modifieds. Well, fireworks lights it up.
Pitts works to get his helmet off, and as you guys mentioned, he's been here a lot over the years, especially in the early years of the Speedway. And we'll get Rob in to have a quick word. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? He pulls into Slack Lumber victory lane and work his way out here in the Vintage victory lane for Rob Pitts.
I wonder how many classes he's won in here.
Hey, Rob, welcome back to Victory Lane here at Ohsweken. Let the fans know what you were saying when you were trying to get out of that car.
This car's got way too small. What I was saying to Clinton here, I love this place. I miss this place. This is the best track anywhere.
We were talking on the broadcast, so we know you made it to Victory Lane as a sportsman many times. Modified, sprint car, late model, vintage car. Are we missing anything that you've been here in?
Actually, here, 360 eluded me.
Oh, well, still raced here. So anything else you raced here that we haven't talked about?
Yeah, even in a mini stock. I drove Blair Young's mini stock.
Okay. Hey, having fun out here with these guys, Rob. These cars used to be parade cars. Now you guys are racing hard, having a good time. Talk a bit about this division and what it means to be back behind a wheel.
It's amazing. It's cheap fun. This group is strictly volunteers. The group they're putting this on, these guys are amazing, having some fun. Old cars that wouldn't be competitive, modified or sportsman anymore, and get to come out and tear it up a little bit, just scratch the itch.
Congrats, Rob.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Robbie Pitts grabs it. Jens Mortensen back here on the front straightaway as well. And I assume you're the sportsman winner here for us tonight. Jens, welcome back, man. You had some runs here in the past, but you always seem to do well when we get this vintage car out here.
Yeah, it's so much fun to run this vintage car here with a whole bunch of great guys. Like, everybody we race with only wants everybody to do better and better and better. And, I mean, I got a boatload of help with, like, friends like Dave Small, Mike, Al, my fiance, my boys, my son Logan that's right here. He's my number one fan, and he's my lucky charm. It's the best thing ever. This is so much fun, and I'm very nervous in front of the camera.
You're doing a good job. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Jens Mortensen and Rob Pitts come to victory lane for the vintage cars. How about a big Ohsweken? A round of applause for our Slack Lumber visitors. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV. A quick intermission. We're coming back with a B main for the Thunders.
A home you love. A business that endures. It takes your vision, your hard work, and your dedication to bring them to life. The right tools help. Case IH truly understands your vision and what you need to achieve it. That's why we build the equipment, the local dealer and service network, and the data and tech you want today and tomorrow. Because we don't just build our equipment to work, we build it to work for you. Case IH, built by farmers.
For over 80 years, Libro Credit Union has been a trusted financial partner. Today, as a 100% Canadian-owned credit union, we offer all the products and services you'd expect from a traditional bank, but with a personal, community-focused approach, investing back into the people, local businesses, and communities we serve. Bank local, support local, loyal to local.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
Farmall. 100 years of can-do. 100 years of milestones. 100 years of family. Generation after generation, its legacy lives on. The one for all since 1923.
Introducing the Fleet Lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet Lineup.
At WG Truck Center, we fix trucks. We don't just change parts. Maintenance, repairs, frame straightening, and custom builds. Everything happens right here. A high-performance team focused on serving local Canadian business, always looking to add talent to make us even better. Need parts? Need a rig? Need services? The local shop that does it all. WG Truck Center. Everything you need for your diesel truck.
After World War II, my grandfather was diagnosed with cancer, and our neighbors guided my father through his first few years after my grandfather died. This year will be my father's 50th crop. He always reminds me that without the help of our neighbors, there would never have been a first. My name is Randy. I'm a farmer, and I make the best damn tractors in the world because I owe it to my neighbors.
Case IH, built by farmers.
back to Ohsweken Speedway. We are live here, presented by Fresh Stone, delicious foods. And I got Steve Murdoch. Steve, you're our Ackland Insurance Top Gun Award winner. It's always good when you can start your night on the right foot by talking to us here. Your car's been ultra fast this year. What can you do to meet me here later on tonight for the right reasons?
I think we really just need to get the car right for the feature. We had it pretty set up in the heat there. It seemed to work pretty good. Last few weeks we've struggled in the feature. But I think we got the car dialed in now, so hopefully we can do something tonight.
What's the biggest thing you're working on? Is it like gears, or is it tight, loose? What's been the biggest problem with the 2M this year?
Just being a little tight, kind of tight, loose in the top, and yeah, just kind of trying to make the car faster all around.
All right, Steve, good luck tonight. Steve Murdoch, guys, he is our Ackland Insurance Top Gun Award winner. In the preseason, we got a chance to talk to some of our drivers and sit down with them and get a bit more in-depth into what makes them tick. Let's look at our feature on Mike Klazinga.
You're a lot of fun to watch racing Thunderstocks. Like do you intend to drive hard every lap, or is that what the car needs to be fast?
It's just my driving style. I've always been on the edge. Like, I ride motorcycles, so I'm always on the edge there. It's just how I am. If I'm not pushing myself, I get too comfortable and then I start to slow down.
Is it fair to say you had some of your best runs ever last year?
Some of them were, yeah. I raced a little bit different last season compared to the seasons before. I was more focused on finishing the race instead of winning it. 2023, I think it was, I won at South Buxton, so like I got that first win under my belt, and I was good after that. Now I'm focusing on the consistently and learning different things.
Does that happen through experience, or does someone help you along the way and give you tips?
A lot of people, a lot of the veterans, you can say, have calmed me down and told me, slow down, it'll make the car faster, and advice like that, and help with setup and stuff.
And the Thunderstock class is one of the most competitive classes ever. How do you approach that, knowing like the top guard or the top guard, it means something to be able to race with them? How do you think this year you can get there?
I feel like I can. I've been knocking on the door at my home track the last 3 years. First opening night, third, second. So that's my goal this year, is to win at Ohsweken. So hopefully I can do it. I can race door to door with the best out there. I have a non-superior chassis compared to everybody else, and I'm making it work. So
are you hoping to get into something a little bit, something you have more confidence in? Or is this what you have to work with, so you're making it work?
No, I built this car from the ground up, so I'm sticking with it, and I'm going to prove a lot of the spectators and people wrong that a metric car can still win at Ohsweken.
Well, he's certainly knocking on the door, is Mike Klazinga. Maybe we'll see him in victory lane here tonight for his first Ohsweken win. Have a look now at the upcoming schedule here at the Big O, as we've got lots of racing going on over the next month or so. Next week, Strickland's and Abate and Associates presents the Summer Sprint Car Showcase. $5,000 to win for the 360s, along with the Crate Sprints, Thunderstocks, and Mini Stocks. And then in 2 weeks' time, it's Gale's Cash Blast. All four divisions in action that night. Brought to you by Gale's Auto Aftermarket and County Line. Then we're off July 25th. That is Powwow weekend here at the Speedway, so no racing July 25th. But we're back August 1st. Strode's Barbecue and Deli and Electromart present the Noel Teal Memorial, and the ROC Sportsman 360s are off that night. And August the 8th, we come back with ILA Sports and Duke Electric. Christmas in August with the UMP and Canadian Modifieds, along with the regular four divisions. That's your Carmen's Group track calendars. We get ready for the last chance qualifier for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
Here's the lineup, Greg. On the pole from Hartley, the 37 is Rob Hoskins. Alongside him from St. Catharines, the 22C is Chris Crow. Starting third from Niagara Falls, the 26 is Keith Dale. Fourth from Thorold, the 11 is Go Fast Teeple. Now this is just the lineup. A lot of these drivers unable to make it. Rob Disher was scheduled to start fifth. Then it's Brando Green Stigers in the 81. The 88L of Logan Ferguson, the 24 of Blake Bombury Jr., 77 Mitch Petta, 43 Kyle Andrus, 5G Darcy Grant, 51D Dylan Peckham, and 13X Bella General.
Asphalt Works green flag is out, and off they go. Kyle Andrus was able to piece his car back together. He's out there. As right now we got Rob Hoskins going for the lead off of corner number 4. And he'll get it. Pulls ahead of Chris Crow in the 22C.
Crow gets a little sideways up on the high side. Look at Go Fast Teeple. He drives it deep down into 3 and 4 on the inside of the racetrack, battling for that 4th spot.
Yeah, that car right there is number 11. So if you're watching from, say, the Duke Electric camera down on corner number 3, as they'll come off the corner here, the tiniest number 11 you may have ever seen on the side of a car.
But the roof is adequately numbered. The driver's door, not so much.
It's all Rob Hoskins right now over Keith Dale. And Go Fast Teeple, Chris Crow, and Brando Green Stiers. Your top 5. Top 4 will go to the A-Main tonight. So there is a bit of a gap right now between Chris Crow and Brando Green Stiers. Top 4 cars looking to punch their ticket halfway home this time by.
Oh, trouble in turn number 4. We've got one around.
That was a transfer car. Chris Crow. In the Lift City 22C. Brings out the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
I think the weirdest things. Have I ever referenced the movie UHF in any of our streams, Greg?
Not that I recall. So we watch the replay here on the Creekside Construction video board.
You ever watch that movie with Weird Al?
Oh, maybe a long time ago, yeah.
Spatula City, for all your spatula needs.
Yes, yeah.
And all I saw was Lift City on the side of that race car, and it sends me on a Weird Al tangent.
Squirrel.
Who gave me a microphone? Ever?
It was probably Clint, wasn't it?
It was.
I was just thinking it was me.
It's your fault. You're the one that let the toothpaste out of the tube. Back to the Asphalt Works green flag. Rob Hoskins, Keith Dale. Top 2, then it's Go Fast Teeple, and the benefactor of that spin was Brando Green Stiers, who took the 4th spot, but he's under fire right now.
Mitch Petta on the inside in that 77 machine. They're doing battle for the all-important 4th position. 4 cars going to start at the back of the Brock Leonard Memorial. The rest will load up. They don't have to go home, but they're not going to get the opportunity to race in that 30-lap feature event.
I guess we always say they go home. We don't force them to.
Yeah, they don't have to leave. Look at Kyle Andrus on the inside. There's been a few different drivers take turns in that 4th position.
That car, you would not know that it looked like it did in the heats just an hour or so ago. They pieced that one together, and again, problems for Chris Crow as he'll go around down in 1 and 2, and that, I think, is going to put us under the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
Crow gets that car pointed back in the right direction.
That's his 2nd spin and caution. Yeah, he's done. I'm just waiting for Dave to confirm that.
Sending him pit side for his 2nd yellow flag.
Green-white checkered will be the restart here, so Chris Crow will go to the pit area and will not make the start in the Brock Leonard Memorial. 4 cars transfer. Right now it's Hoskins, Dale, Teeple, and Mitch Petta in the 77 holds down the final spot, but Kyle Andrus, Brando Green Stiers, and Dylan Peckham on the outside looking in. They've still got a shot here.
Green flag flies. We're back underway. Hoskins leads them down into turn number 1. The battle on immediately for the 4th spot. Kyle Andrews to the inside of Mitch Petta.
He takes the spot, and then Brando Green Stires on the outside gets around Mitch Petta. Now Green Stires is going to work to the outside of Andrus for that spot. Mobile 1 white flag.
One more time around, we've got a battle for the lead. The winner of this race starts 25th, and I'm not sure if someone thinks the checkered flag is out, but this just got exciting.
Rob Hoskins lead. He never lifted, but Dale and Teeple both did. Coming to the checkered flag. Hoskins in, Dale in, Teeple in, and Andrus will make it into the A main.
How many times tonight have we seen cars either slow down or fail on the last lap?
It's been an odd night between the crashes, the cameraman, the slow down cars.
Guys, I just got to jump in. I got to send a shout out to Coop. Emma and Coop watching at home. Coop's been a long-time supporter here from the Club 54 Racing deal. They love the late model, so Coop, we need to get you back here at the track. Hope you're feeling better, buddy. Emma, Coop, we appreciate everything you guys do and want to send a shout-out to our great friends at Club 54 Racing, guys, as the Crate Sprint B Main takes the track.
Starting on the pole for this one out of Kitchener in the 50 LS, it's Adrian Staley alongside Kiana Teal from Hagersville in the 24K. Pulling off third is Nico Hansen. He's from Beamsville in the 27. Cam Thompson from Ohsweken in the 28T starts fourth. Fifth starting spot belongs to Tyler Willard from Font Hill in the 777A. Ken Hamilton from St. George in the 69K goes sixth. Seventh, Darren McLennan from Hamilton in the 78. Did he make his way out?
I don't think
see him. They had the problem with the ignition or fuel problem earlier on. Curtis Connell set to go in the 8th spot. He's from Peterborough in car 8. Campbell Baker from Ancaster in the 26X scheduled to go 9th. And Tom Pellizzari's already packed up and gone home for the night. So we have 8 cars and 4 spots again on the line in this B main.
The pressure is on for these drivers. As I look down at that field, I see 8 cars, any of which would look fine in the feature event. 4 of them are going to have to watch from the sidelines. Had some questions about our photographer, Peter. He is still here. In fact, if the camera pans back, I don't know if it will or not. There you go. There's Peter wandering around. And in case you're wondering, that's about as well as he walks on a good day. That is not an issue from the incident, quite thankfully.
Peter, for a while now, has had some issues with his knees and legs, so it's just great to see him up and still shooting photos, and really hasn't moved away from the wall at all.
No, didn't take a race off.
Asphalt Works green flag out for this B main. Final chance, 12 laps, 4 cars into the big dance tonight.
Cam Thompson to the high side of the racetrack in 1 and 2, picks up a couple of spots, then looks to the inside of Adrian Staley. Kiana Teal third, Nico Hansen holding down that 4th position.
Cam Thompson working the outside line there, trying to reel in Adrian Staley. He does close the gap going into corner 3. Now he'll go downstairs in that DJD gear number 28, and he'll pull right up alongside and, in fact, lead the lap.
Good lap for Cam Thompson. Slides up in front of Staley. Staley going to cross him over on the back straightaway, but Cam Thompson holding on to that top spot. They continue to battle side by side.
So it's Thompson, Staley, Teal, and Hansen right now are the top 4. Everyone from there on back is on the outside looking in. Tyler Willard is the first car trying to track down those top 4.
And Tyler Willard, just a talented race car driver in that 777 machine, as Kiana Teal and Nico Hansen swapping slide jobs for third.
And a good battle for that 3rd spot. Kiana Teal, Nico Hansen, both steadily improving here in this division. Kiana, again, was very quick in Carmen's hot laps earlier on tonight. Getting more and more confident here in the big cars.
On a heavy racetrack, Kiana Teal's as fast as anybody here.
Nico Hansen not able to get by in that Julie Swayze Remax 27 machine. Halfway home, 6 in, 6 to go. And our final B main of the night.
Look at Tyler Willard closing that gap in the 777 machine. Nico Hansen trying to get a run on Keanu Teal. He'll drive to the outside in turn 3.
And he'll make the move, carry the momentum off of 4, and take the 3rd spot and pull away from Keanu Teal. And while that happened, Tyler Willard closed the gap. He is now well within striking distance, as is Campbell Baker. He's also been able to close the gap on that 4th spot.
4 laps left to go. Lots of time as Keanu Teal really struggling with the lack of grip out there. Tyler Willard heads to the outside. Is there room? He's going to make room.
He's there. Oh, boy. Close racing through 3 and 4. Keanu Teal has the spot back with now just 3 laps left to go here in the B main for the Strickland Brantford Great Sprint Car Division.
Keanu Teal will drive that car as hard as anybody into the corner, but the trouble is, it's whether or not there's someone there beside her.
Tyler Willard's trying everything now. Dives down low in corner number 1. Draws up alongside Keanu Teal. Makes the pass.
Makes that pass as the Mobile 1 white flag comes out. As I said, Keanu Teal will drive it into the corner as hard as anybody out there. Tyler Willard able to roll around the high side and take that position.
He was so far out front, we barely talked about him, but Cam Thompson picks up the win in the B main. 2nd place is going to Adrian Staley over Nico Hansen. And this battle comes down to the line. Tyler Willard punches his way into the A main, so Keanu Teal, Campbell Baker, Ken Hamilton, and Curtis Connell are done for the evening.
That was some exciting action.
Good battle there for that 4th and final spot, and that's what you want to see out of these B mains. Some good tight racing action. 4 features remain. Vintage cars completed with their features, so we still have the mini stocks, late models, Thunderstocks, and crate sprints. And first up, it's the Insta-Installation Mini Stocks, 15 laps of distance, 28 cars in total on the pole. From Brantford, the 44, Doug Erskine. Alongside from Stratford, the 54, Christopher French. Lining up 3rd from Port Colborne, the 14L is John Lubeck. Stephen Boverhoff from Waynefleet in the 00 goes 4th. Starting 5th, John Jansen's in the 66, with Chucky Mason Anderson going 6th. He's from St. Catharines in the 4A. 7th is Bill Pearsall in 38P. 8th, Dusty DeBoer from Hagersville in the 23. Starting at 9th, from Brantford, the 64 of Nick Erskine. Tristan De Silva from Waterdown, the 01, will start in 10th. Lining up 11th out of Linden, the 11J, Jeff Elslager. Jeremy Cooper starts 12th in the X. Chippewa. Starting 13th, Fabio Oliveri from Ancaster in the 16. Nathan Joyner starting 14th. He's from Smithville in the 20J. Jason Tolton out of Guelph in car number 1 starts 15th, with Tim DeBoer from York in car number 9 going 16th. 17th, Wade Thorne from Waterford in the 46, with Jillian Hills from Dundas in the 32 going 18th. 19th is Alex Riley in the 17. He's from St. Catharines. Brandon Crumby from Cookstown in the 63 goes 20th. 21st, Ken Hare from Niagara Falls in the 5K. Alex Klotz from St. George in the 26 goes 22nd. 23rd, Graydon Lyons from Cambridge in the 32L. Mark Deagle out of Hamilton in the 12 goes 24th. 25th, John Trivieri from St. Catharines in the 43J. And Connor Chambers from Welland in the 9C goes from the 26th spot. And in the back row, 27th, Pinball Mike Giberson out of Caledonia in the 11. And in 28th, Steve Miller of Paris in the 79.
And you may ask, well, how does Doug Erskine start on the pole? He went from the front of the pack to all the way back to 9th or 10th in his qualifier. But because of the handicap system, all you have to do is finish in the top 10 in your qualifier, and you get your handicap spot for the feature. That puts Doug Erskine right at the front of the pack.
Asphalt Works green flag up in the air, and we are on the move here in this 15-lap feature for the Insta-Installation Mini Stocks, and they're already at it, 3 wide, down into 3.
Out in front is Doug Erskine leading the way. Chris French second, Jansen third as Jeff Elslager gets sideways out of turn number 4, but manages to save it.
Wow. There is some tight racing out there.
And you touched upon this earlier, Greg. This might be the mini stocks. It might be our entry-level class. These cars are fast.
And Mason Anderson comes up lame to the high side of corner number 3. I couldn't tell if he had a left front And we also have the 43 of John Trivieri, who almost flipped it in his heat earlier on tonight.
And we also have Fabio Oliveri spun out in turn 4. So turn 1 was the only corner that we didn't have a yellow in.
Now these cars are hauling the mail. No lift, door to door, bump drafting, if that's what you want to call it, the equivalent of.
Well, and if you think about it, probably half the crowd, probably more than that, showed up tonight driving a car with a 4-cylinder engine.
Yep.
Or a vehicle with a 4-cylinder. So if you happen to get on the highway tonight on your way home, think to yourself, this is what they're driving on the racetrack.
Yeah.
They'll go pretty quick. Let's have a look at our replay on the Creekside Construction video screen. Treviari goes around in the 43. Oliveri goes around.
For those wondering about the Creekside Construction video board, for those in attendance, we have a screen down in the infield. So those watching at home, obviously you might catch a glimpse of it. But when you're at the racetrack, you get a chance. If you come on a Friday night, you can see the replays, have a look at what's going on, and a nice addition to the live experience, which if you've never been and you've only watched it online, you're missing it. You miss the smell, the sound, the atmosphere. I notice when I'm down there and I go to take a washroom break because we have so far to walk, I get to walk down there and I remember this is why I love racing, because when you're in the tower, you kind of miss it. And there's the Creekside Construction screen down in the infield. Just another element to the fun experience on a Friday night.
I was talking to someone through work this week, Greg, who had never been a racing fan, and she started in the last few years watching F1. And she actually went to the Canadian Grand Prix this year and said it was just such a surreal experience to go live. And I said, there's quite a bit of racing around here if you're interested. And she had no idea, because really, if you weren't immersed in it, you wouldn't.
Yep.
But I told her, look, if you want to come out to Ohsweken Speedway with your husband, I can get you a couple of passes, send her a link. She said, well, that looks really cool. But same sort of thing. Once you experience it,
yep,
you take it all, you consider it all differently and consider going to take in more, and you really should.
We've had a number of fans come that way and become regulars. We've had competitors come that way. They came. Maybe they were a sponsor and they experienced it for the first time, and next thing you know, they either own a car, they're sponsoring deeper, or they're racing themselves. It's like a disease. Once you get it, it won't go away.
Kind of like you.
Wow.
You're here, but you won't go away. I'd be curious to know, if you look back at the beginning of the track with drivers like Jim Cochran, Mike Guyverson, Jim Swing, were they fairgrounds racers before this track opened, and then this track came about and they were able to transition? Or did they start as Ohsweken Speedway racers, just get the bug? Because there's a lot of them, as you look around, former go-kart racers, former asphalt racers. You go back through the line.
Guys, I feel like we're starting to make ground outside of these walls sometimes. And Brett Stratford sent me a great message yesterday. He said, I was just at a store and I got recognized. Some random fan walked up to me and asked me if I was a race car driver. The guy was so excited. He's never been to the track, only watches online, and he was a Stratford fan and recognized him in the store. So that's cool that our guys are getting picked up out in public.
Well, and cool that people can be a big fan, because we let them see the drivers. And sure, there's some, Doug Erskine's probably a perfect example. There's a lot of fans who wouldn't know what he looked like. If you were here for 20 years, you would. But once they do get to visiting Slack Lumber Victory Lane a little bit more often, Ryan Beagle is probably a great example, one of the most popular racers at this racetrack.
And that adds to why we do the top three. Also, get the fans to know these drivers, and you may think, well, it takes extra time. I think it goes a long way in building the brand of not just the racetrack, but the competitors, and creating favorites for the fans.
Look at Carter Long waving the flags, Greg. You and I doing our shtick. Clinton Jeffrey following the action. There's a lot of things about the track that kind of make it what it is. the drivers are the most important.
Yep.
So we got a lot of things that people can look at, either like or really dislike, but the drivers are what we want to focus on. Picking a favorite and showing up every week to see how your favorite does.
Mason Anderson's going to rejoin the field as they roll through the WG Truck Center restart zone, and everyone's on it, including Steve Boverhoff, who is spun around, but he's going to get the foot back in the throttle, and it looks like the sportsmanlike move. He's going to keep things going.
Nicely done by Boverhoff out in front. Jeff Elslinger takes the lead. I'm not sure where he came from because Bill Pearsall took the lead coming off of turn number 4, but Elslinger's out in front now.
Got a good lead right now for last week's winner, Pearsall, and you've got Dusty DeBoer right behind him, who's door-to-door with John Jansen.
Have a look at Nick Erskine in the 64. He's on a mission tonight in that orange and blue 64 machine, working up the inside. Elslinger out in front, Bill Pearsall running second, Dusty DeBoer in third, but mark my words, Nick Erskine is on his way.
Charging up towards the front. He's to the inside of Tim DeBoer there for the moment. Right in front of him, it's side by side with Tristan De Silva and his dad, Doug Erskine, in the 44.
They race side by each off of turn number 4. Great battle for position with John Lubeck looking for room. Tim DeBoer looking for room. Jeff Elslinger, though, he's having a great run out in front. 4 wide off of turn 2.
John Lubeck right out to the wall there as part of that 4 wide battle. Tristan De Silva in the middle. Doug Erskine slips back a little bit. It's all Jeff Elslinger. Oh, trouble. Boverhoff goes around down in corner number 2 and puts us back under the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
Good. I didn't like how far out in front Jeff Elslinger was. Let's stack him up again.
And right now, Elslinger's transponder is not picking up, so you won't see it on the scoring pylon if you're watching at home. You won't see it on the scoreboard up in 1 and 2 either. So right now, no transponder picking up for Jeff Elslinger.
Hey, Clint, can we make it like America's Got Talent? We each get a golden buzzer that we can use like once a season. If we think a race is getting out of hand, but it could be really good with a yellow, and we just get to smash the button and glitter comes all over the place.
Sure, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll settle for a start-finish line. Okay, if we can't do that, can we have a start-finish line?
Golden confetti and a glitter button.
What color is the sky in your world, Adam?
It's always sunny. It's always sunny in my world.
I thought it was going to be like the Gong Show, and when one of us says too much, you can just hit the button and a big hook comes and pulls them back. And I figured you would lose all your privileges by hot laps.
I was talking to another friend this week.
You have 2?
You don't have that.
Wow.
I know. Shocking. And I mentioned something, and this friend is our age. They said, how's your week going? I said, it's been an absolute Gong Show. What's that? What? What do you mean, what's that? And I had to explain the concept of the Gong Show, which was classic television.
We are old. But how do they not know?
Adam needs to start wearing a bag to the booth.
Don't say that. He'll get the wrong idea. You meant it over his head, right? Toga party.
You didn't say what size bag.
Oh. Speedo doesn't make garbage bags.
Elslinger out in front once again. Bill Pearsall right there in the second spot. Look at Tim DeBoer in the purple number 9 working up the middle of the racetrack.
Side by side with John Jansen's for the 3rd spot. Tim DeBoer, though, wants more. He's going to challenge now on Bill Pearsall. It's all Jeff Elslinger again. He pulled away on the drop of that green flag, but the battle's for second. Here comes Tim DeBoer trying to get the run off the bottom in 2.
Brandon Crumby in the 63 looks pretty sporty as well tonight as he's working behind Tristan De Silva. De Silva hauled it down into turn number 3.
Mark Deagle around in corner 2. The field bearing down, so the Dixieland Grill caution flag will come out.
It's a one-car spin kind of night.
Except for when it wasn't and they were big collisions.
That's true.
Watch the replay there. Mark Deagle goes around. But I know what you're saying. It's either been like that one-car spin or absolute carnage.
Even the hard wrecks were one-car spins that people couldn't avoid, right?
It's been a hard track to get a hold of here this evening. 8 laps left to go. One shy halfway.
You know what I'm looking forward to this week? I'm looking forward to talking to Mikey Krutchka and getting his feedback on how it felt to be back out there, more specifically in a crate-powered car.
He'll be on the show?
No, but I'm going to talk to him this week.
You're going to have him on the show.
Well, he's got to do something impressive.
You'll say then you'll have to stay awake for it.
Well,
do you think I can put up with my brother and Adam on the same show? There's no way. I'm sleeping through that one.
Is Mikey banished from our show from his last performance, Clinton? Or no?
He's got to do something good. You got to warrant it.
That's it.
How are you still on the show?
I'm grandfathered in.
Oh, I see.
You know, I noticed watching McLean and Jack last night that when things get a little bit late, they start to get punchy. They're really taking over from you guys.
We set a horrible example. Watch anything except us.
Back to the WG Truck Center restart zone. Tim DeBoer on the bottom. Jeff Elslager, your leader, restarts on the outside and just rips away from the rest of the pack.
Right? Hammer down for Elslager. And then a couple DeBoer, second and third. Bill Pearsall, fourth.
Man, Brandon Crumby could be there in the last lap here, and just the way he's slowly picking away on the outside line, he kind of got shuffled out there. He's been quick on the outside line on that 63.
He's going to wind it back up again. John Lubeck right behind him. Bill Pearsall struggling. I mean, we say he's struggling. He's out there running in the top 6 or 7. But his teammate, Jillian Hill, she is struggling. She's well outside of the top 10.
And that's the thing. You've got race winners here tonight that are still deep in the field. You've got Jillian Hill's way back there. Jason Tolton still back there. And also Alex Riley, and now Bill Pearsall beginning to drift backwards as well. So this division, it is not easy to win on any Friday night.
You're absolutely right. But look at the middle of this pack. So much fun to watch. And we've got a lot of young talent. Tristan De Silva, Nick Erskine, Wade Thorne. And Alex Klotz hanging on to that lead pack.
Back there with Mason Anderson. It's all Jeff Elslager, Tim DeBoer, and then Dusty DeBoer. Brandon Crumby's worked his way back to the 4th position. Still trying to march towards the front. He might have something for the DeBoers, but boy, Jeff Elslager's in a league of his own here tonight.
He really is, and with only 5 laps to go, it'll be tough for anybody to close that gap without a yellow flag.
Jeff comes in tonight 4th in the standings without a win yet. He would like to change that. The current point leader is Tim DeBoer, who rides in 2nd. He doesn't have a win yet either.
Consistency is key. It's going to be 2 laps to go here at the stripe.
Mason Anderson's going to pull it down in front of the Duke Electric camera perch just to the inside of corner 3. There you see it from the Duke Electric camera.
Tough night for him as the Mobil 1 white flag about to be displayed over Jeff Elslager. He's in some heavy traffic. Oh, trouble for Dusty DeBoer in the 23.
He drifts back. Crumby's going to go to the 3rd spot, and Dusty DeBoer is going right to the pit area. As off of corner 4, double checkers coming out. He dominated this one. It's Jeff Elslager going to Slack Lumber victory lane.
Tim DeBoer going to come home 2nd. Brandon Crumby rounds out the top 3. Wade Thorne 4th with John Lubeck in 5th.
Alex Riley works his way up to the 6th spot. Tristan De Silva 7th. Nick Erskine 8th. 9th will be Jeremy Cooper. And 10th, John Janssens. Last week's winner, Bill Pearsall, fades to the 13th position. That's how tough it is to win in the Insta-Insulation Mini Stock Division. And the Springer Meats 11J will pull it down to Slack Lumber victory lane with the point leader, Tim DeBoer, in the second spot. Brandon Crumby would have drive by him, use that outside line. And that Amsoil 63 picks up the third spot. So Jeff Elslager will park it down there just in front of Clinton Jeffrey. He'll grab the Epic Racewear checkered flag as Lone Wolf Fireworks will celebrate for Jeff Elslager. They'll light up the sky. Check out Lone Wolf Fireworks over on Highway 54 in Middleport. Jeff Elslager, Slack Lumber victory lane, and he'll talk with our Clinton Jeffrey.
Well, he rolled into victory lane with the helmet off, and that's how we like it, wasting no time. Jeff Elslager grabs the win here in dominant fashion here tonight. Jeff, that was a heck of a run, man. You had them covered. This car just seemed to be a rocket ship tonight.
Man, my type of track. Lots of grooves, just found the grooves, man. It was just like on rails, man. All the weeks before, it's been so slick. I just had no bite. Took a couple tips from Mark Klotz there, and did some things to my tires, ground them up. Found a groove, man. It was amazing.
What a great drive. This car just looks so good on the restarts. You are not to be denied tonight.
It's about time.
Congrats, Jeff.
Thank you.
He gets it done, guys. We'll get over here and talk to Mr. DeBoer. Well, Tim, not a bad run. I mean, anytime you can finish on the concrete is a great finish, and you can roll it back in the trailer, it's even a better finish.
Yeah, this is a nice spot to be. We had quite a bit of character in the track, which was fun. But I got a good bump over there and whatever. But I could nothing for Jeff tonight. But hey, that's how it goes. I'm glad to be second. Had to start pretty deep, so this is fun.
Solid drive, Tim.
Thank you.
Tim DeBoer, second here tonight. We're going to jump over here and talk to Brandon Crumby. Brandon, welcome back here. It's been a while. You used to dominate this class. You've looked good the couple times you've been out. Are you going to become a semi-regular?
I don't know about a regular, but as long as there's birthday parties and we can't go to the trailer, I'll be here.
Well, this car ran really good, making some great runs on the outside.
Oh, it was a rocket on the outside. I just had to keep telling myself, keep putting that right front up on the berm, and it was good.
Congrats. Brandon Crumby will be third. Tim DeBoer second. Your winner tonight, Jeff Elslager. We have the NLMA late models coming up next. The Northeast Late Model Alliance next here from the Big O.
To road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Built for a smoother, smarter, simpler season. Built to break new ground every time you break ground. Built for a higher quality harvest. Built to protect your crops with precision while giving you precision control in the palm of your hand. With a local service network built to keep you running. Everything Case IH makes is purposefully designed to work on your farm. Because we don't just build our equipment to work. We build it to work for you. Case IH, built by farmers.
For over 80 years, Libro Credit Union has been a trusted financial partner, strengthening financial well-being. And through change, uncertainty, and opportunity, we've stood by you and with you. Join the nearly 120,000 Ontarians and over 12,000 local businesses choosing Libro. Not just for banking, but for a better future. Bank local. Support local. Loyal to local.
Welcome back to Ohsweken Speedway on G-Force TV. Fresh Stone presents Friday Night Excitement. Tonight brought to you by Blast All Equipment and Club 54 Racing. We are ready now for the Northeast Late Model Alliance feature event, 25 laps the distance. This is how the 19 drivers will line up. Going from the pole out of Orono in the 98, it's Craig Graham. David Pangrazio out of Elbin, New York, in car number 136, starts in second. Going third, he's the point leader for the overall series and the Western Region Tour. Aboard car number 57 from Trenton, it's Charlie Sandercock. Starting in the fourth position from Trenton at car number 11, the bite-sized bandit, Kyle Sopaz, and rolling off fifth at Port Hope, the 14, Brant Graham. Starting at 6 from Sterling, the 25 is Greg Bellier. Rolling off 7th is Brandon Mowat out of Brighton in the 46. Starting in 8th, Jonah Mutton from Brighton in the 39. And going 9th from Trenton, car number 5, Steve Baldwin. This time by, folks, we want to have you wave these drivers on. They're going to be waving back at you. The Northeast Late Model Alliance, send them off, Ohsweken style. Starting in the 9th spot, as I mentioned, from Trenton, car 5, Steve Baldwin. Going 10th is Harry Halliday out of West Monroe, New York in the 13-2. Going 11th, Nathan Rinaldi out of Brighton in car number 3. Going 12th from Brighton, 41, Ryan Lambert. Brent Colby starts 13th. He's from Chatham in the 7C. Austin King will roll off 14th. He's from Port Hope in the 89. Anthony Rinaldi out of Brighton in the 7th starts 15th. 16th, John McIntyre from Port Colborne in the 19 Junior. Stan Zankin starts in the 17th spot. He's from Fort Erie in the 94Z. David Vandertorn from Brighton in the 33 goes 18th. And 19th, Josh Overdahl from Shannonville in the 4J. Coming to the green flag through the WG Truck Center start zone. Double greens in the air, brought to you by Asphalt Works as Craig Graham leads him down into corner number 1.
Graham out in front. As they work the back straightaway, Pangrazio looking for racing room. Charlie Sandercock right there as well as Graham kicks it loose off of turn 4.
Pangrazio holding down that 2nd spot. Again, running car number 2 on the passenger side door in memory of Steve Gillespie, and a tribute there for him. Number 136, a winner here at the Big O the last time for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. He rides right now behind Craig Graham, your leader. Charlie Sandercock in the 3rd spot. Here's the challenge for the lead.
Pangrazio up the inside. We got some great intelligence from some of our viewers. Tim Zach, thanks so much. So Tim and Sean Gillespie both ran Humberstone, Merrittville, and Perry Speedway street stocks around the 1990s. From Shirkton as Craig Graham just about looped it in turn 2.
The drivers having some problems keeping the car straight. Oh, almost contact there between Brandon Mowat and Brant Graham as Mowat had to get on the binders in the Target Fabrication 46.
Another driver who was fast in the heats earlier on, making his presence felt up in the 3rd spot. Kyle Sopaz to the outside of Craig Graham.
Kyle Sopaz has gotten it done here at Ohsweken in the past as well. So we got one around corner number 2. That'll bring out the Dixieland Grill caution flag, as that will be the 4J of Josh Overdahl.
Good looking field of late models. Nice little run to start this feature event. Didn't quite get lap 5 completed and scored, so there's 4 laps on the board.
Verdol getting ready to rejoin the field. Pangrazio leading the way. He is the Eastern Ontario, the Eastern Region point leader right now for the Northeast Late Model Alliance, courtesy of his win at Brighton Speedway a few weeks back. Charlie Sandercock, who rides in the 2nd spot. He's the Western Region leader and the overall points leader for this series. And that Rapid Rad Deerhaven Power Sports 57. Craig Graham, Kyle Sopaz back there in row 2. Brant Graham, Brandon Mowat, row 3.
Now, is this the same Pangrazio that's been winning at Genesee?
I believe so.
Okay.
Don't hold me to it.
Yeah, I rarely do.
Back to the WG Truck Center restart zone. David Pangrazio jumps out to the lead, heading down into corner number 1. Charlie Sandercock trying to make the outside line work. It pushed a little bit. Now he's got the lead.
Took a couple of tries to get 1 and 2 right that time, but he did it and took the lead off the corner. He'll take the lead at the straight. Charlie Sandercock goes out in front.
Boy, as good as Pangrazio looked in that last run, Charlie looks just as good here on this restart. So put the 57 to the top of the board. He'll pull ahead, as you've got now Kyle Sopaz running in the 3rd spot behind Pangrazio.
Sopaz looking pretty sporty, closing in on that number 2 of Pangrazio down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Sopaz, that's the same line that he ran in the heat, fairly high on the racetrack.
Top 3 breakaway right now. Then you've got this battle. Craig Graham, Brant Graham. Craig's the father in the 98. Brant, the son, in the white 14. And Brandon Mowat in the 46 joining in on this 3-car fight.
Sopaz with a big run down the back straightaway. Chases Pangrazio into the corner. Didn't make a move, but he really is getting off of turn number 2 with a big head of steam. Let's see if he can do it again here. Nope.
Charlie Sandercock beginning to catch some slower traffic. Pangrazio, Sopaz, 2nd and 3rd. Then you've got the Graham battle for 4th. Craig right now has the advantage, and Brandon Mowat running in the 6th spot. Nathan Rinaldi in the 7th spot. He and Steve Baldwin had a little contact on the front stretch a couple of laps ago. Keeping an eye on how that pans out here in the next couple of laps as Steve Baldwin catching the 3-car.
Sandercock working around some slower traffic. He's got clear racetrack out in front of him for a couple of more laps. Sopaz again with a big run through turn number 2.
It's all Charlie Sandercock right now in the 57. Point leader, trying to extend his lead. Multi-time winner here at Ohsweken Speedway. He's raced here also in a sprint car over the years. As David Vandertoorn has problems in the 33, he'll come up lame to the high side of 4. That nose is all crumpled in on the 33, and that's going to put us under the Dixieland Grill caution flag with 13 laps left to go.
What on earth could he have hit to have caved in the front end that badly?
It just folded right over. And he's going to coast that one to the pit area. Great field of cars here tonight, 19 in total for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. And, you know, there was a time where late model racing in Ontario was pretty much dead, other than South Buxton was racing the Opens. But Brighton Speedway did not have the late model division for a number of years. They had the Canadian Modified division took over. And then when the crate package came along, the Rinaldi family took the chance, and I'm glad they did, because late model racing is phenomenal. There's deep roots of late model racing at Brighton Speedway and Can-Am Speedway and Buxton, and this has turned into not only a great thing for Brighton Speedway to have the late model division there on a weekly basis, but this touring series has turned out to be phenomenal as well.
Yeah, really good racing, a nice mix of cars.
And this series and this division's gotten better and better, like we've seen with the 360s, where the more time these drivers get behind the wheel, the less problems we see in their races. Good, clean, and good competitive racing with this Northeast Late Model Alliance. As the battle's back on, Pangrazio got a much better start that time.
He did so did Brant Graham in that 14 machine. Brandon Mowat starting to make his presence felt, so is Nathan Rinaldi.
I was just about to say, Nathan Rinaldi's knocking on the door of the top 5. Boy, close call there for Craig Graham and Greg Bellier. They'll come out of the corner and back into 1 and 2 okay, but things looked a little sketchy there off of 4 for a moment.
Wow, things got skinny for Nathan Rinaldi behind Brandon Mowat at the exit of turn number 2.
They're piling up in corner 3.
Only if you're number 7.
Yeah. Anthony Rinaldi caught up down there, along with Brent Colby. A couple other cars were kind of half involved there, we'll say. There's Colby in the 7C, Anthony Rinaldi in the red 7. The other 2 drivers, hearing Dave Hunsinger saying they carried on, and here's the replay. Austin King caught a piece of that.
Yeah, it looked like there was 4 or 5 drivers involved. Brent Colby looks like he's not able to get that car fired. Hopefully, yes, he is. You know what's funny? You can't turn a sprint car very sharp. Did you know that? Like, the wheels don't turn very far. A dirt late model is like a forklift. You can turn the things completely sideways.
They get in positions where you think, no, they're not going to make it, and they can crank it. It's a little cosmetic damage there at the back. But everything should be okay here for Brent Colby to continue on.
Pleasant surprise tonight. We don't have our normal headline division, the 360 cubic inch sprint cars, but we've got our biggest audience of the year watching online and a great crowd on hand in the grandstand. So thanks for joining us here in the stands. Thanks for joining us on G-Force TV. We hope you're giving you an entertaining show.
Back to the Asphalt Works green flag through the WG Truck Center restart zone. Just about to hit the halfway mark, and the battle up front continues to be a great one. And in fact, that battle for third is pretty strong as Brant Graham, Kyle Sopaz, Brandon Mowat, and Nathan Rinaldi are all buzzing around one another.
Down into turn number 1, Sandercock up high, Kyle Sopaz up high. Look at Nathan Rinaldi to the outside of Brant Graham off of turn number 2. Graham, who looked like he was about to challenge for second almost, is now outside of the top 5.
Rinaldi working now on the back end of Brandon Mowat as he works the outside line through 1 and 2, trying to get the runoff of the corner down the backstretch, but Mowat holds down the 4th position. Sandercock's been able to put some distance on Pangrazio at the front, and Pangrazio feeling a little bit of pressure now from Kyle Sopaz.
Yep, Sopaz again, that high line really carries good speed off the corner. Hasn't been able to enter the corner and mount a challenge on Pangrazio, but a great battle for that second spot.
Just 9 laps left to go for Charlie Sandercock. Oh, up in front of Kyle Sopaz goes Pangrazio. That kills his momentum and allows Brandon Mowat now to slip to the inside and try and take away the 3rd spot.
Mowat to the inside, Nathan Rinaldi right behind him. Kyle Sopaz back up to the high side, able to pull away just a little bit and close that gap again on Pangrazio.
Charlie Sandercock will complete another lap, make it 7 laps left to go over Pangrazio, Sopaz, Mowat, and Rinaldi. That's your top 5. Problems for Craig Graham. I was just wondering where he went. He's coming up lame in corner number 4. He might have a flat right front or right rear.
Yeah, something amiss on that race car for sure as it looks twisted up.
He'll get it to the outside of corner 1, out of the way of Charlie Sandercock, and he'll take it to the pit area. 6 to go.
Kyle Sopaz executed an aggressive and beautiful slide job last time in 1 and 2 on Pangrazio, and he is closing the gap on Charlie Sandercock.
Yeah, quickly, because he couldn't get by the overdove car number 4J, and now it's a couple of car lengths difference between Sandercock and Sopaz.
Great 3-car battle for the 3rd spot, a great 2-car battle for the lead out in front. Brandon Mowat moves up to the 3rd position. Nathan Rinaldi right behind Pangrazio as the 3 of them duking it out with Brant Graham looking on.
Into 3 and 4. This time by it'll be 3 laps left to go for Charlie Sandercock. Great battle for the 3rd spot. Brandon Mowat, David Pangrazio going door to door for that one. All the while, Nathan Rinaldi riding right behind that, ready to pounce.
Should be 2 laps to go this time as Charlie Sandercock brings him off of turn number 4. Heavy lap traffic ahead of the race leader. They will be getting there before the checkered flag if we stay green.
Coming to the Mobil 1 white flag, this time by the start stand, Kyle Sopaz trying to close the gap. There is some traffic in front of Sandercock, but he'll see the Mobil 1 white flag. One more trip around, one last chance for the bite-sized bandit to close in on Sandercock.
Sandercock looks to the ends.
Oh, caution!
Yellow. Brant Graham around in turn number 4. It's going to set up a green-white checker exciting finish. the Gap Professional Products, number 14 of Brant Graham after a great run, a fantastic battle, well inside the top 5.
So I was going through some of the history here with the late models, and when it comes to just straight up crate late model races, we don't have a 2-time winner. We'll watch the replay here from the Braemar Building speed shot as Brant Graham just goes around in corner number 4. But we've had 5 crate late model races over the history of Ohsweken Speedway. We have no 2-time winners. David Pangrazio, Darren Peters, Phil Potts, Charlie Sandercock, and John Waters all with 1 win apiece. But we've had a number of open shows where you can run the crate or the open motor. Charlie Sandercock has 2 more wins to add to that total. He has 3 total with when you combine crate and open wins here. He's tied with Darren Kish and Andrew Riome in the open division. For Kyle Sopaz, he has a win, but it came in an open race as well. So the second place runner has won here, but not with the Northeast Late Model Alliance.
Going green next time. Slack Lumber Victory Lane is going to have 3 drivers in it. Who is it going to be? It is anybody's guess. As Charlie Sandercock going to lead the way to what I believe is a green-white checker finish.
Asphalt Works green flag flies. Sandercock gets a great restart that time on Kyle Sopaz as they head down into corner number 1. Sopaz, though, not losing too much ground. Well, off of 2 he did.
Brandon Mowat slips into the 3rd spot. The mobile 1 white flag is in the air from Carter Long.
Brandon Mowat's going to take a swing at the 2nd spot. Final time around. Sandercock going through 1 and 2. Works it off the 2nd corner. Mowat to the inside of Sopaz as they head into 3 for the final time.
Pangrazio dropping back. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to challenge. Checkered flags in the air. Charlie Sandercock for the win. Sopaz, Mowat, Pangrazio, and Rinaldi rounding out the top 5. Fantastic late model race here tonight.
Ryan Lambert 6th, Greg Bellier 7th, Steve Baldwin 8th, Stan Zenkin 9th, and John McIntyre comes home 10th as Club 54 Racing and Blastall Equipment brought us a phenomenal night of late model racing here tonight. Still a couple of features to come, but first we're going to talk to our top 3 with the Northeast Late Model Alliance. Charlie Sandercock's going to pad his lead when it comes to the overall points chase and the Western region as he wins over Kyle Sopaz and Brandon Mowat. Lone Wolf Fireworks again lights up the sky for Charlie Sandercock's 4th career win at Ohsweken Speedway, 2nd in the crate late model division. And that would now make him the all-time winningest late model driver at Ohsweken Speedway. As we're going to head down to Slack Lumber Victory Lane, Clinton Jeffrey will talk with Charlie.
Charlie Sandercock back here into Victory Lane, everybody. He works his way out. How about a hand for Charlie Sandercock getting it done here tonight? Charlie, good drive here tonight. Back to Victory Lane. You had him covered. A couple last restarts. Nearly made it tough, though.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good car right out of the gate. We've had a good car all year. We've been just right there. We started too far back. Cautions didn't fall our way. We unloaded tonight, and I didn't think we were all that good. Then Mark said, no, we're good. We're quick. We're all the above. So it's been a long time. Well, to getting a win this year anyways, so not for lack of trying. My guys back home, we've been digging, we've been working on this race car, and gotta say happy birthday to Ruby. She couldn't make it tonight. They were doing girl things, so they're at home watching on TV. Happy birthday, girl. Love you.
Right on, Charlie Sandercock gets it done. We get over here and talk to Kyle Sopaz. Well, Kyle's not there, so I guess we'll go over here and talk to Brandon Mowat. Brandon, what a drive here today. Come on up front, Brandon. Third place here today, man. You were battling for those last few spots. Talk about it.
Track position was everything. I just can't seem to draw here. But, the bottom was working good there at the end and kind of found it, but just a little too late. Would have liked a little more laps.
Right on, there you have it, guys. So Mowat will be third. Your second will be Kyle Sopaz. Your winner, Charlie Sandercock, guys. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV.
For over 80 years, Libro Credit Union has been a trusted financial partner, strengthening financial well-being. And through change, uncertainty, and opportunity, we've stood by you and with you. Join the nearly 120,000 Ontarians and over 12,000 local businesses choosing Libro, not just for banking, but for a better future. Bank local, support local, loyal to local.
Looking for a new race or cargo trailer? Welcome to Kemp Motorsports. Kemp Motorsports specializes in top quality race and cargo trailers from United, Wells Cargo, and Hallmark. From our best-selling Rev Series up to custom 53-foot goosenecks and stackers. We have a huge selection in stock or ready to custom order. With top brands, great selection, and over 30 years experience, stop by and see why Kemp Motorsports is your #1 race trailer dealer. Find us online at kempmotorsports.ca.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Your mom got a new tractor? Yep. Can't you see in the dark? Can do. Hook up all the implements? Can do. Steer with ease? Can do. Bale hay all day? Can do. Shift like a race car? Can do. Keep a juice box cold? Can do. I'm out of here.
At Kenny Upul, we buy any car in any condition.
For over 30 years, WG Truck Center has been a place where pride lives in the details. Every weld, every repair, every build. And it's our people that make it matter. The ones who take ownership, who work as a team, and who see the future in every truck that rolls out. It's not just a place to work, it's a place to grow while you build something that lasts. WG Truck Center, built by people who care.
Welcome back to Ohsweken Speedway, getting ready for the Brock Leonard Memorial for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. 28 cars, 30 laps the distance. Let's take a look at how they're going to start for tonight. Starting in the 28th spot, out of Hamilton, in car number 43, it's Kyle Andrus. Starting in 27th, out of Thorold, in car number 11, Go Fast T-Pull.
Rolling off 26 from Niagara Falls, the 26th car is Keith Dale. To his inside from Harley in the 37, it's Rob Hoskins.
Starting 24th from St. Catharines in the 99, Rob Murray. Going 23rd from Fonthill, the 7K is Kevin Kokrak.
Your 22nd starter from Binbrook in the 427, it's Smokey Tim Phelan. And starting 21st from Brantford, the 13 is Casey Huffman.
Lining up 20th from Canfield in the 03, George Grossel. Starting 19th from Hamilton, the 62 is Brian Passetti.
Row 9 on the outside from Tilbury, the 81C is Nick Cameron. And starting 17th from Hamilton, the 07 is Scott McPhail.
Lining up 16th from Wellandport in the 222, Nick Massey. And going 15th from Ancaster, the 19, Kyle Wirt.
Starting 14th from Caledonia, the 21X is Mark Bazai. In 13th from Merlin, in the 21, it's Spencer Smolders.
Starting 12th from Hagersville in car number 49, Dave Bailey. And rolling off 11th from Welland in the 96-0, it's John Overholt.
Now, race fans, your top 10. On the outside of row number 5 from Caister Center in the 41, it's Adam Plazik. Starting 9th from Caledonia in the 55, it's Mikey Bobby Mike Thorne.
Starting in 8th out of Victoria in the 84 RK, it's the big dog, Ryan Beagle. Starting 7th out of Ohsweken, the 69G, Brian General.
Rolling off 6th from Hagersville, the 93K is Mike Klazinga. Starting 5th from Brighton, the 26G is Brock Gregory.
On the outside of row number 2 from Port Robinson in the 108, it's Zach Bleach. And starting 3rd from Ohsweken in the 24T, Aaron Turkey.
And now your front row on the outside of row number 1 from Hagersville, driving the number 8, Ryan Denning. And your pole sitter from Hagersville, the 23, Trevor DeBoer.
Thanks a lot, guys. I've got the Leonard family down here. Doug, welcome back. Our former race director now with the World of Outlaws. This is your dad's race. Wasn't mean here to kick these guys off for 30.
Oh, I mean, it's great. I was doing the math. I mean, this is the 12th one, or 12th running of it. I mean, just looking at the trophy earlier and seeing all the past winners. I mean, it sucked that it got rained out earlier in the year and that, but glad to be back here on the 4th of July, here with the family. My 2 nephews are here. My sister's here. Harper's up in the stand. The only ones we're missing is my brother and sister and his family out in BC. Obviously, they couldn't be here, but great crowd, great crew, or great group of drivers here, 37 strong. So hopefully it's exciting 30 laps for us.
Well, you know your dad like I did, and he would say, enough with the bull, let's get racing, so let's get to it. All right, we got 2 important nephews here. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Rogers, start your engines!
All right, we are ready to go. The Leonard family will make their way back. We'll fire their cars up. We will go missing man formation for a lap or 2, and then we'll go 4 wide.
I have a feeling they'll be going 4 wide for more than just the pace lap.
I was thinking the exact same thing. It might even be 5 wide at points. Ryan Beagle, you have to think he's the favorite. He has won the last 2 Brock Leonard Memorials. Previous to that, Justin Ramsey not in attendance tonight. So you got to think Ryan Beagle's got to be the favorite again. Longer distance races. It's been a slick, hard to handle track. Ryan Beagle always tough, and this is his racing surface.
And Greg, we went in a bit of a different direction with the ones to watch tonight. First off, he's on the front row. He avoided disaster earlier in his heat race. Ryan Denning behind the wheel of that number 8. Got a good starting spot, 30 laps to get it done. Could this be the night that Ryan Denning breaks his drought? And our other Bradshaw's one to watch, he doesn't run Thunderstocks. He runs sprint cars. But tonight, Aaron Turkey in that Nitro 54 number 24T is definitely one to watch.
So those are your Bradshaw's ones to watch here tonight for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. Missing man formation behind the Strickland's pace truck. And then we'll get things lined up for a 4 wide salute to you, the fans. So they're going to get that lined up. Here's what we'd like to have you do while we're here at Ohsweken Speedway. Get your cell phone out and turn the flashlight on. These drivers can see that. Get the flashlight on your phone turned on and wave these drivers on. There we go. Backstretch has got it already. Front stretch. Thanks, Adam. I didn't mean blare it right in my eye, but nonetheless, get your phones out, turn those lights on, Off of corners 3 and 4 they come. They are 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the running of the Brock Leonard Memorial for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
Could tonight be the night that Mike Klazinga breaks through in that 93K? Brian General, he was in that conversation as well back in the pit building, saying just needs luck to go his way. And speaking of luck, what driver in this field do you think of when you think of luck? Be it good or bad, Greg?
Mike Thorne.
Right? Like it's not even a question. Oh, Thorne. And it's not good luck, is it?
He has had the worst misfortune here in the last while. Last week came up with a good, solid performance. He's been quick all night. He was the quickest in hot laps, second quickest behind Dave Bailey. That's saying something, though, but Mike Thorne could tonight be the night in the Petro Plus Burger Barn 55.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I love that it's 30 laps. I know some of the drivers are disappointed because a 50-lap event is pretty special. It's unique. But you know what? Knock off 20 laps. Make it do it faster. Make them do it faster.
Strickland Pace Truck pulls off on the backstretch. Trevor DeBoer and Ryan Denning will bring us to the Asphalt Works green flag. 30 laps the distance. Who's it going to be for the Brock Leonard Memorial?
Good clean start down into turns 1 and 2. They're still side by side for the lead. Trevor DeBoer down low in the 23. Ryan Denning on the high side in that 8 machine.
Off of corner 4, they'll work for the first time. Oh,
trouble.
We got one around Brian General. Kyle Wirtz involved in this one. Oh, George Grossel piles in last minute.
Grossel took a big bit of damage. Kyle Wirt with a lot of damage. Brian General. Well, the heat race was good fortune.
Nick Cameron involved in that in 81C. See the AA discount auto. Number 19, Kyle Wirt. He's taking the helmet off.
Looks like Brian General will be able to continue the front end a little discombobulated on that 69G.
Let's take a look at the replay on the Creekside Construction replay board.
Oof, that was the hit. Man, we caught that from every camera. Kyle Wirt doesn't look dejected, looks more disgusted in the 19. Just he's a workings man racer. He's got the coveralls on and everything. Overalls. Why can't I get overalls and coveralls straight? He's wearing coveralls, but they look like overalls. I got it. It needed a minute to get there, but I got there.
Yeah, big wreck here for this Kyle Wirt 19, guys. The right front has got the big problem, and the rear bumper is busted in half as it took a heck of a shot there. Looks like a lot of it can be repaired, but not tonight, guys. That'll be the end of the 19 we see. Also waiting to see if anybody else will not make it back out.
As long as you don't call them underoos.
Ryan Beagle was just stopped talking to Ryan Smith, our turn 2 official. If we can have another look at that incident. The officials are wanting to have a look. Had to make sure the truck knew it wasn't me. They don't like it when I ask. Ooh, Casey Huffman did a nice job weaving
Just
through
going
that.
to say that. He did a great job there. Watch the yellow car coming in late here.
In fairness, he was probably carrying a little more speed than he should have at that point. But when you slow down, sometimes you get run over.
Got to give a shout out to the Fonz, Jason Fontaine. Happy birthday from your biggest fan. He's got your poster on the wall, Ryan.
I got that same, man. I've been saving that message all night. Got to remember when the Thunderstocks come out. I just can't be trusted with such things.
Well, we've jumped the shark now, so there you go.
Completely unrelated. So these cars also run a crate engine, and I had a question from one of our viewers. Happened to be my brother. I really wanted to make fun of him, but I don't think I can. It's a good question. He says, what are crates? Our crate sprint cars, our Thunderstocks, the late models we just watched, are all powered by what's called a crate engine. Why is it called a crate engine? Because it's delivered in a crate. How dumb is that? But that's where this name came from. It is a stock GM engine. So they take it, you buy it from a GM dealership, you pull it out of the box, you put it in your race car without making any modifications. Comes out of a crate, the crate engine stuck. But the strange thing is now there's so many different variations of a crate engine. There's a lot of premier divisions that run in a quote-unquote crate engine. So when we say these things, it's even, you ever stop and think about calling cars modifieds? Well, that just doesn't make sense. Of course they're modified. Modified from what? Like they were nothing to begin with but a thought inside someone's head. But we've all grown up saying, oh, you call them modifieds. Now you have sportsman modifieds and 358 modifieds and sail panel modifieds and limited sportsman. You get the idea.
I've had people actually think that a crate car or a crate racing car is like a soapbox derby car, right? Like a crate that you'd push down a hill. But if you don't know and you're not submersed. Oh, there's Anthony D'Ortono on the big screen. He's got the red flag out as well. So 0 laps completed. Just trying to get this running order set. And then we'll go back to racing. Still another feature to come after this one. It's the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division with their main event for the evening.
Now a sprint car stays fairly true to form. They are sprint races. They're short races. So I approve of that name. Because nobody cares.
Well, and originally late models were like newer style cars. Well, now a late model doesn't look anything like a late model stock that you would see.
Well, that's different.
Driving down the street, right?
But now you've said two different things that if you go down south.
Late model stock's totally different. Yeah.
Right, a stock car is not the same as a late model. Like, are you kidding me? Of course they're no. Depends who you get in the fight with, which Waffle House you frequent. I could go for Waffle House. Have you had much opportunity to dine in a Waffle House?
Actually, I have not been to a Waffle House.
Wow.
I have my go-tos in the States. And
it's one of my favorite stories to tell if I'm out of stories to tell. My dad and I went to Daytona years ago for Christmas because that's when the big go-kart racing week is between Christmas and New Year. We happened to travel on Christmas Day from North Carolina down to Daytona. The only place you could eat was the Waffle House. Every place else was closed. We went into Waffle House for breakfast about 8 in the morning with the happiest staff you've ever seen. Ask me how the Waffle House staff was in Daytona about 8 o'clock at night, and I think the afternoon shift hadn't shown up. So whoever was there for Christmas morning got to experience the miracle of Christmas evening. Two very different experiences.
Back into the Asphalt Works green flag. Complete restart. See if we can get a lap in the books here. First one was crazy. We got a good battle at the front. Ryan Denning, Trevor DeBoer, side by side.
Side by side indeed, and they continue that way off of turn number 4 with Ryan Denning having the lead at the stripe to complete lap number 1.
Aaron Turkey right now rides in the 3rd position, watching this battle for the lead. He's got Mike Thorne right behind him, and then Dave Bailey in the 49, who finds himself a little deeper down the standings than we would expect heading into tonight, off of a couple of DNFs this year.
Man, Trevor DeBoer was close to that inside wall down into turn 1. Ryan Denning out in front by a few car lengths. Aaron Turkey hanging on to 3rd, doing a nice job there as Dave Bailey slowly working his way towards the front of the field.
Aaron Turkey looking very strong in the Nitro 54 24T tonight, driving for the Bomberry team. There's Blake Bomberry Jr. earlier on, hopped the wall down in corner number 2 and went into the infield. Did not qualify for tonight's Brock Leonard, but Aaron Turkey has been mint out in front in this 24T all night.
Really holding a pretty wheel, and this has proven to be a difficult racetrack for a lot of these drivers out there. So Aaron Turkey doing a great job in the Nitro 54 numbers. Why are they not number 54? None of the Nitro 54 cars are actually number 54.
Took you this many years to realize that?
I really did.
Ryan Denning out in front. This is a driver that knows how to win at Ohsweken Speedway, but it's been a while. And when you look at how his night started, as you documented, as we got problems for, Mike Klazinga, that's huge, going to the pit area.
He was pretty pumped up about tonight. He thought his night was coming, and boy, it looked like it might be the way he's been running lately. But how about Ryan Denning out? You know, I'm not going to say it. We'll talk about it later. But Ryan Denning out in front, doing a great job in that 8 machine. Now Aaron Turkey putting on a battle for the 2nd spot, drives to the inside of Trevor DeBoer in the 24 machine. Aaron Turkey up to P2.
Ryan Denning tied for 2nd in career wins in the Thunderstock division here at Ohsweken Speedway. He's tied with A.J. Lewis and Ryan Beagle. Tell me Ryan Denning wouldn't like to one-up Ryan Beagle here and stay ahead and be by himself 2nd overall in wins.
And if you had said who's going to break that tie between those 3 drivers first,
you'd say Ryan Beagle.
I would think so.
And he's right now in 3rd, so we can't count him out.
But Ryan Denning knows how to get it done, and he said that, the car is close. They're still working on it. It's close. He looks great out there tonight.
Really does. And when I was about to say, you look where he was in his qualifying heat and got the front end smashed up, the back end smashed up, and it didn't affect the car at all. And here he is leading the way with 8 on the board, make that 10 on the board. So we're having some scoring issues up on our main live scoreboard here, but it's follow the one on the TV screen, 20 to go, 10 completed. Here's Ryan Beagle now to the outside of Aaron Turkey.
Beagle makes that move for the 2nd spot. Now will set his sights on Ryan Denning out in front. Denning is closed in on the back of the field. Brian General right in front of him. Kevin Cockridge racing side by side as Klozinga comes back on the track in that 93K.
Laps down, but nonetheless, if there's more attrition, it could be a few points that you need at the end of the year. Every point counts. He's
Klozinga going around the outside of the race leader.
And Ryan Beagle has closed the gap quickly. And you know what? Aaron Turkey has not lost pace for the top 2. He's still right there.
Turkey up the inside of Kevin Cockridge down into turns 1 and 2. Klozinga gets a little sideways as Ryan Beagle battling Denning side by side for the lead.
Dixieland Grill caution flag is out.
Trevor DeBoer with a flat left front. I mentioned earlier how close he came to that inside wall. Is it possible he tagged the inside wall and flattened the tire?
Ryan Denning's last win, 2018, June 1st of 2018. He had 1 win that year. The previous year, he had 7 wins.
Yeah.
So, like you say, Ryan Denning knows how to get it done. Obviously, with 23 career wins, tied for second, he does. But as recently as 2017, 7 wins in a year. It was the cream of the crop. He's still right there. And like you say, if he just gets this car dialed in exactly where he needs it, this could be a regular thing for Ryan Denning.
How many wins did Dave Bailey have that year? Because Bailey would have won the track championship.
What do we got here? He had 5 himself.
Okay, so he outwon Dave Bailey that year.
Yep. Ryan Beagle had 1, and it was the Brock Leonard Memorial. And Derek Lemaire was the only other driver to win that year. That's going back.
I've always enjoyed watching Derek Lemaire race. I loved watching him drive a Challenger car on the pavement, and I loved watching him drive Fender cars. And he's driven a lot of race cars.
Spent time in the Sportsman here as well, did he not?
Mm-hmm. I think he actually ran modified for a couple seasons down at Merrittville.
What a great guy, too.
Yeah.
Man. $17 to go in this one.
You know that's Lance Erskine's uncle, right?
Yeah.
So Derek's sister is married to Craig. So what a racing family.
Yeah.
The Erskines and the Lemaires together.
Back to the WG Truck Center restart zone, and we're on it. Ryan Denning trying to stay ahead of Ryan Beagle. He's got Dave Bailey in his tire tracks as they all head down into 1 and 2.
Big bumper tag on the inside as Aaron Turkey trying to get back in line after Mike Thorne got a great restart in that Burger Barn Strong 55. Aaron Turkey knocked back a couple of spots. Ryan Denning trying to keep pace with Ryan Beagle.
Right now, the back end of his car is a little harder to hold on to than that of the 84 or the 49. And that might be the difference. He'll settle back into the 3rd spot, and deja vu all over again. Look who's 1 and 2.
Yeah, but what twilight zone is this? The Beagle's running the bottom and Dave Bailey's running the high side of a slick track and closing in.
Halfway home, 15 in, 15 to go. Ryan Denning goes back upstairs behind Bailey. He's going to get a good run off at 2 and keep pace with the top 2.
Now Ryan Beagle sliding up the racetrack in front of Dave Bailey. Ryan Denning hanging on to 3rd. Mike Thorne just outside of that top 3, running in the 4th spot.
Brock Gregory's right there in the 5th spot now as he slides by Aaron Turkey. Turkey fighting back on the bottom, but he'll slide into that 6th position. Back to the caution flag.
Unofficially, this is the most cautions in one night that I didn't have a clue what it was for.
Ditto.
I'm not saying there shouldn't be a caution. I'm just saying it's not that often that I'm as clueless as I am.
Well.
Well.
About caution flags, I agree. On a whole, debatable. Here we are.
There we go. Debris.
Ouch.
Debris.
Race met on the scene. White flag will come back out. Everyone's stacked back up. We have a look at the GNB Systems speed shot on the back stretch.
Boy, that left front of Ryan Beagle's is soft. Mike Klazinga in that 93K. Looks like he might be heading back to the pits. Yeah, window net goes down on that car. Tough night for Mike Klazinga.
Hurts a little bit more when it's one of the special races of the year as well.
Yeah, you know, these drivers look forward to this event. They circle it on the schedule.
Back to the Asphalt Works green flag. 3 wide behind the leader. Brock Gregory trying to take a stab at it here. He's got Adam Plazik behind him, who's had a solid run here tonight. He's been inside the top 10 since the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, just outside of the top 4 are a bunch of drivers who aren't necessarily Ohsweken regulars, but they're hot shoes in the Thunderstock class. Spencer Smolders in the 21, Rob Murray in the 99, Aaron Turkey.
Here's another one for you, Adam.
We got a hood on the backstretch.
Yeah, that one was pretty quick to see, and that's a pesky penguin. So that's Mike Thorne, and that's going to end up taking him off the track. What did we talk about at the start of this feature, Adam?
Oh, man, you can't run. Yeah, that's right. Bad luck for Mike Thorne. You can't run without a hood. So he's going to charge back to the pits, and he's going to need the race med crew to get back there in a hurry because that's the hood they're going to have to put back on the car.
So it goes in the chip wagon truck. I know, right?
Chips.
You were talking about how soft Ryan Beagle's left front was. All I could think of was soft serve. Oh, Dave needs a Snickers next door.
He needs a hug. He's got a tough job, and he's done a very... So he came into this race director job having to fill some very big shoes. Doug Leonard was a confident and qualified race director and had his way of doing things. So Dave Hunsinger's had to come in, and he had learned from Doug Leonard, but still wants to do things his way.
And when you leave, there's literally some big shoes that will need to be filled. But that's about it, just literally.
Exactly. Nobody's going to come in here hoping they can do it my way. I can't even. I don't know what my way is.
You can't even repeat it week to week.
Here's Mikey Bobby back, guys. He's got the hood back on, and here he comes.
Yeah. Good to see him back out there, but when you're running up in the top 4, that hurts. He's found every way to lose it now.
And for the fans asking, the reason you can't race on dirt without a hood is because these cars don't have windshields. So if you blow a rad hose or something, the driver could be very seriously burnt.
Yep. Back into the Asphalt Works green flag. Beagle, Bailey, Denning, Brock Gregory, Adam Plazik, your top 5 now. And here comes Spencer Smolders, who's always good when he comes here.
Now, Brock Gregory, Spencer Smolders, a couple of drivers we're not used to seeing out here on a week-to-week basis, but doing a great job as Gregory looks to the outside and Dave Bailey into turn 1.
Ryan Beagle beginning to pull away.
No.
Oh, Passetti around. Oh, wow. Mike Thorne plowed into.
And if I had to pick a second driver who has terrible luck, I think Go Fast Tebow would be on that list.
Boy, oh boy, we've seen some hard hits tonight. Good to see Go Fast Tebow moving around. Side of that car just peeled off.
Have a look at the replay here. Over to the right side of the screen, Brian Passetti goes around. And there was just nowhere for any of them to go. Is Mike Thorne going to drive away? Go Fast Tebow going to take the walk back to the pits. Hood's still on.
Yeah.
Boy, this Tebow machine has got the whole left side stripped off it here. The entire body is gone, and they will work to try and get this thing towed off as quickly as we can, guys.
And Clint, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's been involved in crashes that weren't his doing. I'll bet you that's the 4th time this year.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't had much luck.
That looks like one of the cutaway cars from like a Fox broadcast, doesn't it?
Show us how the insides work.
Yeah. What a mess.
$18 laps complete of the scheduled 30-lap distance. But once again, that was a one-car spin.
That turned into more.
Turned into more.
$18 complete, 12 to go. Crate sprints up next. I think we're going to have a bit more of a cleanup, so we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV and be back. We'll get things lined up here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Looking for a new race or cargo trailer? Welcome to Kemp Motorsports. Kemp Motorsports specializes in top quality race and cargo trailers from United, Wells Cargo, and Hallmark. From our best-selling Rev Series up to custom 53-foot goosenecks and stackers. We have a huge selection in stock or ready to custom order. With top brands, great selection, and over 30 years experience, stop by and see why Kemp Motorsports is your #1 race trailer dealer. Find us online at kempmotorsports.ca.
Welcome back to Ohsweken Speedway. Fresh Stone presents Friday Night Excitement. Tonight brought to you by Blastall Equipment, Club 54 Racing. 12 laps left to go here in the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock's Brock Leonard Memorial 30. Crate sprint still to come. Greg Kellman, Adam Ross up in the tower, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. Ryan Beagle, Dave Bailey will bring us back to the WG Truck Center restart zone, the asphalt works green flag. Carter Long will turn him loose, try and settle this final 12 laps. Boy, Mike Thorne saw that green flag fast.
Beagle out in front. Look at Ryan Denning up on the high side, looking to get back into a top 3 spot. Big run down the back straightaway for Denning.
They are 3 wide behind the top 5 right now. Some very close racing. Adam Plazik in the middle of Zach Bleach and Rob Murray. Everyone comes out clean. Ryan Denning has really kept pace with the top 2 here. Brock Gregory and Spencer Smolders, the outside invaders, also still there in that 5-car breakaway.
How about Trevor DeBoer, who pitted earlier for a flat tire? He's almost back up into the top 5.
He could easily go by the moniker of Iceman as well. He's that David Pearson, Matt Kenseth, Terry Labonte type of driver that quiet, and then at the end they're there, and that's Trevor DeBoer. Doesn't get into a lot of problems. Always up there in the point standings. This is why, this type of drive.
Adam Plazik having one of the best nights we've seen him have here at the Big O. Running out there just behind Spencer Smolders and Brock Gregory. So just outside of the top 5 for the 41 of Plazik.
Ryan Beagle clocks another lap off the board. 8 to go here in this one for Dave Bailey. Beagle trying to make it 3 in a row for the Brock Leonard Memorial. Bailey's not done. He's sizing things up, trying to find a different line that's going to work. Dennings keeping pace. Losing pace a little bit has been Gregory and Smolders. They're now feeling a little bit of heat from Adam Plazik, who's reeled them in.
Dave Bailey has been faster the last 2 laps than Ryan Beagle.
Oh, Adam Plazik. Oh, nice job. Saves it.
You know it's serious when the announcer stops talking. Wait for it. Wait for it.
The way things have gone tonight, you don't know.
No, for sure. Dave Bailey right there on the back end of Ryan Beagle, closing that gap on the race leader as laps wind down. It'll be 5 laps to go this time.
It's like he's gaining inches per lap, and you can visibly see it. Does he have time? Here he's got a great run through 1 and 2. He's going to have a great run off the high side in 2.
Oh, nearly make contact down the back straightaway as Ryan Beagle closes the door. That lap, they turned identical lap times to the 1,000th of a second.
Across the stripe another time. 4 laps left to settle it. Bailey is so good off at 2, but does he run out of room again as Beagle comes up the track, close the door? Yep.
Yeah, but he's letting Beagle know he's there, and he's got that run. Classic Thunderstock racing as Tim Phelan goes around in turn 2. And they have to go yellow. There's just too much traffic. Doggone it. I wanted to see that race to the finish. Which we're still going to. But it would have been nice to see them keep that up.
You know, some fans will get tired of the Ryan Beagle, Dave Bailey show. I'm sure we talk about them more than anyone else, rightfully so. But boy, I'm glad it's these 2 drivers, because if it was one driver just dominating weekly, that gets boring. This has been interesting because, for the most part, the fans have chosen a side. That's the great part.
I would say so. And it's a fairly even split.
Yep. I'll take this over someone winning almost every race every year and really outclassing the field. These 2 just go back and forth.
How many crate sprint car drivers' legs have gone asleep?
I know, I thought about that earlier.
They're back there on the warm-up track waiting for their opportunity. The final race of the night.
Hey, I haven't seen a washroom since 6:30. I'm not feeling sorry for them.
Fair point.
White flag displayed. 4 to go. Who is it going to be? Will it be Ryan Beagle making it 3 in a row? Does Dave Bailey have what it takes?
The slide job is in play, but I don't know if that would be effective or if Dave Bailey needs to carry that speed on the outside and try to make the pass on the outside.
Your phone didn't know what you just said, Adam.
You know, Siri doesn't understand me. Back to the green flag. Dave Bailey immediately to the high side. Ryan Beagle to the inside as they work off of turn number 2.
I just went through the history books, and I can't believe this. I think I'm correct. Dave Bailey has never won the Brock Leonard Memorial.
Oh, wow. That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Bailey with a good run on the high side. Ryan Beagle protecting that inside as they race down the back straightaway. It'll be 2 laps to go this time.
Bailey trying to get that great run off the corner like he's been doing in 2 and 4. He'll do it again. He closes the gap at the line. This is where it needs to be done through 1 and 2. Caution again.
Stop it. Stop it.
Dixieland Grill caution flag.
Zach Bleach up in turn number 1.
This, you have to think this is playing into Ryan Beagle's favor.
It seems
for sure.
It seems to me it is, because Dave Bailey. Now, any one of these laps, though, Dave Bailey could have thrown a big-time bomb into the corner, and he has not.
Boy, oh boy. Anything can happen here in these last couple of laps. All it takes is just a little bit of contact. A flat tire. We've run a lot of laps here, too. Hopefully they've topped up with lots of fuel.
If they can run 50 laps, they can run.
Well, sometimes they don't make it the 50 laps.
That's true.
Back to the Asphalt Works green flag with 2 laps left to go. Dave Bailey on the hammer, jumps right out to the outside. To go down on 1 and 2, can Bailey get the run he needs? Here he comes.
It didn't look like a good restart to me for Dave Bailey, but boy, oh boy, with a big run down the backstretch. The Mobile 1 white flag about to be displayed.
Off a corner 4 they come. Beagle will run it out to the wall. Bailey with the momentum. He shuts the door on him at the flag stand.
Heads to the outside of 1 and 2. Brewster Baker, number 49, to the high side. Ryan Beagle down low. They're going to drag race down the backstretch.
He got the nose in there this time. Can he carry the momentum through 3 and 4? He's got the run on the top. Here they come off the corner at the line. Bailey gets it. Wow.
And Dave Bailey celebrating inside the race car with a last lap pass. Ryan Denning comes home 3rd. Wow. Spencer Smolders 4th. Trevor DeBoer rounds out the top 5. And Dave Bailey, one of the coolest customers in the history of the Thunderstocks.
I thought the same as you, Adam, on that restart. He didn't get the start that he needed. I think he got the exact start that he needed. He had all the momentum through 1 and 2, and that was the difference. Wow. What a finish. Brewster Baker, Dave Bailey gets it done, and the Brock Leonard Memorial Lone Wolf Fireworks lights up the sky for the driver of the Queenston Chevrolet Gibbs Action Sports 49. He's going to jump out. Doug Leonard down there to congratulate him. Let's send it down to Clinton Jeffrey in Slack Lumber Victory Lane.
Yeah, Dave Bailey looks a bit worn out here as he gets ready to climb out into Slack Lumber Victory Lane. 3 of the best here in the history of Ohsweken Speedway down here to get it done. The top 3 drivers on the win list. And Dave Bailey climbs up on the roof to get it done here tonight. Get in there with a handshake for the big dog. Dave, come on around here. We got to keep this thing rolling. We still got the crate sprints. They've been waiting a while over there. Dave, talk about the gamesmanship at the end of there. He was pinching you up at the wall trying to keep you up, but you showed him you were there, and we're not going to be denied on that last lap.
Yeah, with the restart with 12 to go, he took the bottom, and I was kind of thinking he was just going to keep taking the bottom, and I was going to be all right. And that caution with 2 to go, I guess I thought I was screwed because it took like 4 laps to get a run on him, but we pulled it off. Not very often you get to drive around Beagle, so awesome. We've won a lot of races, but this is big.
Never got the Brock Leonard, have you?
No, we haven't, and now we do, and it was awesome.
Doug Leonard and Harper going to get in here to present him with the trophy. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Dave Bailey picks up his first Brock Leonard Memorial. Well, big dog, you were close in this one, and kind of a twilight deal. He took the outside, you took the bottom, swapping stuff up there. Man, you threw some good blocks at him trying to hold that outside lane.
I didn't know he was that close. If I would have left him a lane if I would have known, but you guys know we don't have any mirrors. But that was a hell of a race. I've got a couple on him like that, so I'll have to eat my wounds here, and we'll think about this one for a while.
Still solid drive.
Yeah, of course. It just you like winning the Brock Leonard, that's for damn sure.
There you have it from Ryan Beagle, guys. We'll get over here and get a word with Ryan Denning. Ryan, what a drive here, man. You know, you had this car looking good. We were joking earlier about how you 3 are the top 3 winningest drivers in this class. How good does it feel to get back here to the concrete tonight?
Oh, man, it feels great to finally get this thing to go fast again. I don't know. I've won this race once before, and I wanted to win again. But with no front bumper on it, you got to be really careful.
Good job, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan Denning will be 3rd. 2nd will be Ryan Beagle. And Dave Bailey wins his first ever Brock Leonard Memorial. We have one 20-lap feature to go. Thank you for hanging out. The crate sprints are next, live from the Big O.
Looking for a new race or cargo trailer? Welcome to Kemp Motorsports. Kemp Motorsports specializes in top quality race and cargo trailers from United, Wells Cargo, and Hallmark. From our best-selling Rev Series up to custom 53-foot goosenecks and stackers. We have a huge selection in stock or ready to custom order. With top brands, great selection, and over 30 years experience, stop by and see why Kemp Motorsports is your #1 race trailer dealer. Find us online at kempmotorsports.ca.
A home you love. A business that endures. It takes your vision, your hard work, and your dedication to bring them to life. The right tools help. Case IH truly understands your vision and what you need to achieve it. That's why we build the equipment, the local dealer and service network, and the data and tech you want today and tomorrow. Because we don't just build our equipment to work. We build it to work for you. Case IH, built by farmers.
For over 80 years, Libro Credit Union has been a trusted financial partner. Today, as a 100% Canadian-owned credit union, we offer all the products and services you'd expect from a traditional bank, but with a personal, community-focused approach, investing back into the people, local businesses, and communities we serve. Bank local, support local, loyal to local.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
Back at Ohsweken Speedway on G-Force TV, final feature of the night. It's for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Adam Ross has the starting lineup.
On the pole out of Teresa, New York, in the 1V, it's Josh Verne Jr. starting in second from Port Colborne. The 5D is Jacob Dykstra. Third from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. Fourth, and the number 1 from Dorchester, it's Holly Porter. Fifth from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. Sixth from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. Seventh from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. Eighth from Waynfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Starting ninth from Jerseyville, the 53 is Logan Schwedick. 10th from Hamilton, the 01K is Mikey Krushka. 11th from Thamesford, the 14 is Eric Gledhill. 12th from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. 13th from Six Nations in the 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. 14th from Mosley, the 3S is Austin Rose. 15th out of Waynfleet, the 72 is Tanner Podwinski. 16th from Thamesford, the 45 is Curtis Gartley. 17th from Baden, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. And 18th from Cambridge, the 44 is Connor Ross. 19th from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. 20th out of Stony Creek, the 24A is AJ Lewis. 21st in the 9C from Ohsweken, it's Brian Nanakoke. 22nd from Cherry Valley, the 92 is Adam Turner. 23rd, the 11W from Hagersville is Jeremy May. 24th from Waynfleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. 25th from Ohsweken, the 28T is Cam Thompson. 26th from Kitchener, the 50LS is Adrian Staley. Final row on the inside from Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen. And rounding out the field from Font Hill, the 777A is Tyler Willard.
Final feature of the night, Jacob Dykstra comes in, the point leader over Brett Stratford. 31 points the difference between the two. 2 more wins for Brett Stratford. But, as we mentioned earlier on, Jacob Dykstra, the only driver to finish in the top 5 in all 6 features so far this year. That has him at the top of the points. He's starting in a great spot, but boy, he's got tough company on that front row.
Look at how stout those front 4 rows are. Verne, Dykstra, Costa, Porter, Murdoch, Neely, Erskine, and Stratford.
Plenty of wins right there. As we come to the final feature of the night, the Asphalt Works green flag about to fly.
Side by side for the lead down the back straightaway. Vern on the inside, Dykstra on the outside.
Wheel to wheel they'll go. Off of corner number 4, one around. Steve Murdoch's going to spin and come to a stop, and that'll put us under the Dixieland Grill caution flag. Simple, lazy spin. He never even got to the hay bales, so I think it'll be a pretty quick push off there by the Kenny Upol push truck team, and we'll be back under the green flag shortly. They did take one lap.
You don't expect to see Steve Murdoch make that kind of miscalculation unless something happened in front of him. He had to avoid it. But boy, top 5 starting spot. Now he's going to be back basically in the 28th position for the restart.
There's the Kenny Upol push trucks on the scene to get Steve Murdoch pushed off there. Roll him over the banking. And there we go. One on the board. 19 to go in our final feature of the night. And 360s are back next week. Racing for the next couple of Friday nights, and then we'll have a Friday night off on July the 25th for Powwow weekend here at Ohsweken Speedway. And it's become the perfect place to host the Powwow, especially with the pit area set up the way it is now, paved. And,
yep.
And great setup there.
Now, next weekend's the big money race, isn't it? For the 360s?
Yes. $5,000 to win for the 360s, the Sprint Summer Showcase. Back to the green flag past the Lockhart's restart cone on the front stretch. Everyone's got to stay single file, no passing. And everyone gets by.
Out in front, it's Jacob Dykstra. Built up a good lead on that opening lap, about 10 car lengths over Josh Byrne. Even bigger distance back to Jesse Costa running third.
How fast this field gets spread out when they start single file. The leader is coming out of 4, and the tail of the field just going into 1.
Yeah, the single file restart is the big game changer. I'm looking deep.
Oh, Jeremy May around right in front of Steve Murdoch. Nico Hansen jumps over the left front of Adrian Staley. I think he'll be okay, though. Jeremy May will now come to the attention of the Kenny Upol push truck team. 3 complete, 17 to go.
Happy to see Jeremy May back out after last week. Adrian Staley pulling off into the pits. Broden Weiler, we expect to see him back. They actually got suspended for a week, right?
That was a hard crash. A lot of damage there.
Thankful to see him crawl out of that race car under his own power.
Yeah, they had some crew members come out to the scene, and that's a no-no. There's Jeremy May. He spent the feature last week watching from his crumpled top wing in the infield. So that picture circulating online.
The Allure sponsorship, Perry's on that number 11 race car. And, of course, Charlie B. Honey going to get some extra exposure because that's an old Jamie Turner wing on the top of that 11.
They're good supporters of Team Turner Racing, Charlie B. Honey. I haven't had a chance to try them yet, though, and I'm a bit of a honey connoisseur.
Why do I find that so easy to believe?
It's sweet.
Picturing you like Winnie the Pooh. Thing of honey.
My head's stuck in the jar.
Paws reaching in.
I would. Asphalt Works green flag back out again. 17 to go. Vern stays a little closer that time to Dykstra on that restart.
Lance Erskine up to the 4th spot. That 88 machine makes a move on Rob Neely.
Be a bit of a bump in corner 3, just midway through that corner. Some of these cars getting upset by it. They're staying a lane lower now from it.
It's been a while since these drivers were on the racetrack, so they're having to feel things out, find the line that works for them. We're seeing way more wing angle in most of these cars than we're used to seeing.
Watching Holly Porter and Eric Gledhill go back and forth, the 1 and the 14. Eric filling in for Larry tonight. Larry, Eric's dad.
And Larry's here. I saw him earlier in the pits, but Eric doing the driving duties makes a move on Holly Porter.
2 drivers with lots of laps in the 360s. Going back and forth, and Jacob Dykstra got bottled up big time there behind Tyler Willard. He's got a lap car between he and second place Josh Vern Jr., but he's having a really tough time getting by that 777A.
It's so funny how one car can really cause you challenges. Now, Steve Murdoch a little bit too there on the inside as Dykstra going to make that move to the inside of Tyler Willard, slide up in front of the 777.
This car in line in front of the leader is Nico Hansen as the cross flags are out on this one. 10 in, 10 to go for Jacob Dykstra as he crosses the line. For Vern Jr. and Jesse Costa make that Lance Erskine rather in the 3rd spot now.
Nearly contact between Jacob Dykstra and Nico Hansen there at the exit of turn number 2 as Dykstra trying to carve through this field.
Boy, I'd keep an eye on Lance Erskine right now. He's running a very nice line through 3 and 4. Starting to close in a little bit on Josh Vern Jr., who has really not lost Jacob Dykstra. He does have a couple of lap cars between he and the leader, but he's still right there within striking distance. One around. Tanner Podwinski. Oh, wow. Hard hit there. Was that with Travis Hofstetter? Yes. Those two end up in a heap.
I was about to mention Connor Ross, who was right in that mix of drivers. And I thought, no, Adam, shut your mouth.
Why don't you think that more often?
Because I did that out of respect for Connor, not you.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Wow. Tanner Podwinski, he's another one that...
He's had some tough luck, but he's also had a very fast race car some nights.
The GR Enviro Rail Seaway Fluid Power 72. Travis Hofstetter kind of came in late there, and let's watch the replay from the Braemar Buildings front stretch speed shot.
Oof. Hard hit. And did you see the white car that was right? That was, if you can show that again. As I was watching Connor, I just turned my head away from it, actually. It's Clinton Jeffrey down there on the scene.
Yeah, you got these cars piled up on top of each other here. We will bring in Justin Case to pick up the 72 here at Podwinski when it's ready. But they are jammed up pretty good here, guys.
I was going to say they're twisted like a pretzel, but I'm too hungry for that right now. That is a mess. I do not envy the rescue team. Some of the separations they have to make. Thankfully, for the most part, it's usually cars. It's not drivers, though, right?
That's true. That's true. You know, you see it all the time in modified racing. Shock towers seem to get caught up under bumpers and things like that. With the sprint cars, not as much.
Speaking of fisticuffs, did you guys talk about the Madhouse on Tuesday night?
Yeah. I was
I'm sorry.
Here's what troubles me, and Clinton had his own side to argue. I think Travis Hofstetter was just deciding he wanted his 2 minutes in the work area, but he got out of the race car, and I think that's the determining factor. If you get out of the car, take off your gear.
Yeah, he just came up and said, I want my 2 minutes. I said, you're unbuckled, you're out. So that is not something we allow drivers to do, especially on late nights like this, but it's a rule in general. You know, if you get out of your car to check it out, you're done for the night.
What were we talking about?
The Madhouse. Bowman Gray.
It was a rant over how scripted it seemed. My concern was they called the wrong winner of the race live.
Well, yeah.
Like they called the race to the finish, but called it with one driver clearly winning when they clearly didn't. Like, I would have it. How would you?
The whole thing it reeked. To me, I was watching WWE, but at least with WWE, I know it's supposed to be that way. Even the announcing of it, that was Matthew, was it not?
I believe so.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
That was awful.
Yep.
It was embarrassing, and I thought, if this is what you're trying to promote racing with, then I'm not a fan at all.
It was an entertaining
WWE is
final
WWE.
lap. Like, without the dad slowing down to try to change the outcome, it was an exciting last lap of racing.
Back to the restart cone. Lockhart's restart cone, and we are under the green. Dykstra and Vern Jr. duking it out again. Vern got a better restart that time as well. He's going to challenge down here. Loses a little ground in 3. Didn't get the bite he needed. And now Lance Erskine's got it wound up. And, hey, where did Brett Stratford come from?
Yeah, Brett Stratford, the BS39, making his presence felt, trying to close in some great battles deeper in the field. Rob Neely, Mikey Krutska driving to the inside of the 74 down into turn number 3.
It was Lance Erskine that I was watching before that caution flag, waiting to see if he had something for the top 2. He was making headway, and here he is trying to close in on Jacob Dykstra. But how about Brett Stratford throws one in on Josh Vern? 3rd place at the line.
Oh, Stratford on the outside of Vern as they exit turn number 2. Jacob Dykstra is out in front, but look at this traffic out in front with laps winding down. 4 laps to go, and traffic is going to play a factor.
Down the back stretch goes Jacob Dykstra, and you are right. There is a ton of traffic for Jacob Dykstra, and he has not had the easiest time getting by some of these drivers. He'll work to the inside of Jeremy May. The key is, though, Lance Erskine's been so good on the outside, but that's where all this lap traffic's running.
All you got to do is get close enough, and you can make anything happen from there.
Just like this.
Dykstra bobbles just a little bit. Lance Erskine threw a big one to the inside. Didn't work. Now Dykstra's going to try to thread the needle on some slower traffic.
Oh, Erskine had a great run. He had to get on the binders. He's there. This time by, it'll be the Mobil 1 white flag. Dykstra's going to have to split the middle. Look, and here comes Brett Stratford into the mix.
Stratford to the inside of Erskine as they work off of turn number 4.
Wow, what a race at the front. Josh Vern Jr. still in it. Erskine's got the run in corner number 2. He's got to back out of it just a little bit.
This is the Hail Mary to the inside. Erskine down low, Dykstra up high.
Oh, big flip. Josh Vern Jr., red flag on the track. Wow. As much as I wanted to see that finish, that needed to stop for Josh Vern Jr. Big flip up in corner number 3. Race med on the scene. He caught some air there.
You could see some movement inside. Oh, we've got Cruz on the track. We got Cruz off the track. And Clinton Jeffrey does not take that lightly.
I did not see what happened with Josh Vernon. He was right in the thick of it. The top 5 were all there in a clump in the middle of some lap traffic as well.
Safety crews on the scene, the Race Med bunch, the best bunch in the sport. And that's a great sign that they're putting the car upright. Josh Verne is out of the race car, folks.
Great news. And again, with crew members onto the racetrack, I mean, you get it because there's emotion involved. You travel with these drivers. Some are family, but you can't be out there. And it's for your own safety.
This will be on the extreme right side of your screen, and you just see the end of that tumble down into turn number 3. And the reason for that rule is very clear. Every member of that rescue team has a specific job to do, and they can't do that job properly if there's other people running around.
Yep. What a mess.
We can hear Clinton Jeffrey on the scene. Boy, oh boy, there's some damage there. Connor Ross got into the top 10, then got up off the banking in 1 and 2, and then drove straight into the pit. So not sure if he had a problem to go up there, or if he just couldn't get the car back on the track. Clint, your mic is live, so just be careful.
And all that was coming to what would have been a phenomenal finish, but the red flag came. And like I say, you want to see that finish, but in that moment, the only thing that mattered was Josh Verne Jr.
Absolutely.
You've got to get the safety team out there as quick as possible, and you can only do that by throwing the red flag. So, right call. As much as you want to see that finish, we may still see it. What a run by Lance Erskine, though. Wow. He timed it.
And I think we may see similar still, because the line, Lance Erskine has something figured out. When this track gets blown off and as wide as it can go, he's got, particularly in 1 and 2 on the outside, he just has something figured out that he can generate a ton of speed.
So the Kenny U-Pull push truck team getting everyone pushed off one by one. Brett Stratford made his presence known there in those closing laps. Josh Verne Jr. was right in the thick of it when it happened. Jesse Costa right now running, he'll take over the 4th spot. Eric Gledhill's worked his way into the top 5, and look who's just outside, Mikey Krutchka. His first race back.
Yeah, he was having some great battles in there. Krutchka, Rob Neely, Holly Porter, Logan Schwedick. It was racing all over the track.
Jacob Dykstra trying to hold on. He is the point leader, as we mentioned, trying to pad that here tonight. I believe he's the only driver in any division that's finished in the top 5 in every feature so far this season.
Is that right? Look at you go with the stats.
I didn't say it was for sure. Oh, no. See, I'm wrong already. Sheridan. Nick Sheridan.
Okay. Yeah, you spun a good story. I was invested.
See, I didn't think he had, but everyone pushed off. safety crew off the racing surface, and I think we're going to see a green-white checker. The Lockhart's restart cone will come out onto the racetrack. Usually it's the Lockhart's choose cone, but we've had nothing to choose tonight.
How does that line go? If you choose not to, you still have made a choice. It's a Rush song. Clinton sang it. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Is that the line?
I don't know. I was just hoping you wouldn't say you'd choose me. I'd always choose you.
If you sang it with the Geddy Lee accent, he might get it.
I choose you to be the restart cone, Greg.
Oh.
You're my choice. Just stand there.
That is the only cone you will not get me close to. I don't care how much ice cream you put in it. Not happening. No lap traffic, so on the restarts, I tend to feel like this is going to play into Jacob Dykstra's wheelhouse. He is so good on the restart.
It definitely favors the leader, but just like Dave Bailey did, if you get that run on the outside and carry that momentum, you've also got to worry about Stratford, Costa, any of these drivers throwing a slider in there.
These are all seasoned drivers right now. Behind leader Jacob Dykstra, who obviously is great in his own right. Back to the asphalt works, green flag. Can we settle it?
And Dykstra again got a fantastic jump on that restart, but Lance Erskine, look at the magic he makes on the high side of 1 and 2.
This time by Carter Long with the Mobile 1 white flag in hand. He will wave it. Dykstra's got a good lead this time. Can Lance make up any ground in 1 and 2?
It closes in slightly, but not enough as Jacob Dykstra leads them into 3 and 4.
Off the fourth corner, double checkers out. Jacob Dykstra gets win number 2 of the year over Lance Erskine, Brett Stratford, Jesse Costa, and Eric Gledhill completes the top 5.
6th through 10th, it's Mikey Krutchka, Rob Neely, Holly Porter, Logan Schwedick, and Keegan Baker.
Win number 2 on the year, pads his point lead. Jacob Dykstra will go to Slack Lumber victory lane over Lance Erskine and Brett Stratford. Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the sky one more time here tonight. Great night of racing, great crowd, great car counts, great weather. Not a disappointment to be had. Boy, it was a weird one, though, tonight with the accidents that we've seen. Flips, crashes. It was a wild one.
I think the late models might have been the cleanest feature. Well, the vintage modifieds were the cleanest feature.
But an excellent night overall, and Jacob Dykstra is going to unbuckle down there in Slack Lumber victory lane. Jack's got the camera right there as we see him getting unstrapped. And he'll come out and talk to our Clinton Jeffrey in just a moment. Lance Erskine continues his great season along with Brett Stratford, but it's this man, Jacob Dykstra, getting it done again. Win number 2 in the year. Send it down to Clinton Jeffrey in Slack Lumber victory lane.
Jacob Dykstra out of the 5 deer here. He'll get a congratulations from the crew. Climb up top for a bit of salutations to the crowd. We'll get him down here and get a word with them. Well, Jacob, what a drive here today. You started up front and were able to hold on. They were coming at the end, though. Those last few restarts really tested your mettle, though.
Yeah, lap traffic, when the cushion's heavy like that, you can come on them pretty quick, and put myself in a couple bad spots up there, and almost got us turned around a couple times. So just got to stay patient when the curb's that heavy, and yeah, it was fun. I like racing on racetracks like this. I'd rather a cushion. They're more technical, and it brings out drivers.
Solid drive. Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
Jacob Dykstra grabs the win. We get over here with Lance Erskine. Lance, you had a couple shots at him at the end there, but not quite enough. I think that last caution might have taken the wind out of your sail. Talk about those last few restarts.
Yeah, we were really coming. I just didn't need that red there. I think we would have had him in the 3 and 4 there, but that's racing, right? You don't always get the breaks you need, and we'll just come back next week and try to get him again. I want to thank Connell's Construction, Brown Auto Service, IBW 105, Ian's Excavating, Claybar Contracting, and my whole family and everyone that came out to support tonight. It means a lot to me, and we'll just come back next week stronger.
Solid run, Lance Erskine in second. We'll get over here and get a talk with Brett Stratford in third. Brett, you know, these are the nights you want to win, obviously, and we have a great competition now. Lance and Jacob are making it tough on you this year, but you're still hanging in there. Kind of an up-and-down night.
Yeah, no, everything was good. The car at the beginning, the car wasn't that good, but it was coming at the end. But yeah, I just jumped the cushion on that last restart and kind of screwed up. But hey, it is what it is. Man, it's tough slugging coming from the back where you just can't pass. Everyone's just on the top. There's just nothing, just follow the leader. What are you going to do? So, no, I'm happy. It's all good.
All right, Brett Stratford will be third. Lance Erskine second, and your winner tonight, Jacob Dykstra, picks up another feature win here. Guys, take us home.
Great night of racing. That concludes everything down trackside. On behalf of the Steyrs family, all our staff and officials, and on behalf of Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey, I'm Greg Kelton saying so long. We'll see you next time on G-Force TV. This copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.